Oh my god, hello and welcome to Jagged. Wait. Sorry, wrong show. Oh my god! Argo! Look at you! Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween!
Yeah. Oh, maybe we should do a Halloween karaoke. That'd be fun. I'll make like a Halloween themed playlist with spooky songs.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shiver down my spine.
Howdy bee! Hello! How are you doing? Welcome, welcome to the YouTube and Twitch. Double whammy. Can you hear the game? I'm asking this right off the bat because I'm not fucking with like being an hour in and someone be like, oh, where's the game audio?
There's not much game audio.
Yeah, look, I once came into a VTuber stream that was like, where there was no like, you can join today, yay! But yeah, that's good. But yeah, like, I once walked into a VTuber stream and there was no like reading or anything, and then I wrote, like, are you supposed to be muted? And then they unmuted, like, nobody told me I've been muted for 40 minutes, you know? Like, so now we just ask. How do you mod people on YouTube? Wait, aren't you already a mod? Aren't you allowed to upload to my channel?
I'm the editor, not a mod.
You're an editor! Oh, right. What, how do you mod people on YouTube? You're telling me, like, I know how to do that. Mod people on YouTube. How do you moderate?
Call YouTube. YouTube, hello, how do I
Support.google.com. Assign moderators. Okay, how do you do that? You go to YouTube Studio, you go to Commune, okay. That sounds like a pain in the ass. I'll do it later.
I see.
That's like such a fucking pain. Hello, Arson. Welcome to the Dreamland. Remember to exclamation point drop to try and land in the pile.
Also, we had a really fun interaction pre-stream because, as some might know, we might have a shared library.
Yeah.
And Mina prepared everything for stream.
Legally, of course.
Oh yeah, it's completely fine. Like it's fine.
We are
like,
neighbors.
Yeah, exactly.
For legal reasons, we are neighbors.
Wow, Arthur had no momentum.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like.
Also, for anyone who's new to the drop thing, you can. Well, yeah. How do you land? It's up to luck. But also, you can follow the drop by your favorite emote, so that emote will be flying down instead of a default character. Just letting you know now. How do you land? Witchcraft. I remember there's a clip on my channel. If you drop at the exact same time, you have the potential to knock each other away from the pile too.
Yeah, the droppers have the physics, so they can bonk each other.
Yep.
So yeah, the thing was that we have a shared library, right? And Mina had everything ready, and I was like, okay, then I can just maybe twiddle something with my Steam Deck. And Mina's like, why do I have only 5 minutes left on my library? What?
yeah, like it was like, hey, Argo wants his game back. Oh yeah, and basically when the pile resets, you'll know when it moves. That's when the whole thing resets. Yeah. So when the pile, I think it resets. I think every 1.5 minutes or so. Like I set it to reset actually quite often, or maybe it's a little longer than that.
90 seconds.
Yes, 90 seconds. I think I set it on a 90 second. Alrighty, let's get back to the shit. A lot happened.
Oh, also, right after this game will be Science Adventure Series starting with Chaos Head Noah that releases today, and it's actually on Steam because
they took it off Steam, but then they were like, also, actually no.
There was a stink about it, but I didn't realize. I checked it like today. There was so much stink in Japan for that.
Like for it getting taken off,
because overall, like JPVNs get so much flack on Steam with that. And yeah, there was so much freaking outrage.
So so people were mad that it got taken off of Steam, right?
Yeah, that it was banned. Like from it's not even like.
Yeah. Oh, great. Great talk.
Nice, Giselle. Nice tutelage there.
Yeah. For far longer than was comfortable, the only sound we heard was the gentle crackling of the fire. I had to say something. I knew that, but what I didn't know was how to begin. I knew nothing about having an honest, face-to-face discussion with someone about the things we were thinking and feeling. But that didn't change anything. It's like, fire's cool, right?
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah,
Looking cool, fire.
Yeah, even if down that road lay truths I would be happier not seeing. Giselle, could you please tell me what you did what was done to you in my family's home? How you ended up coming to this mansion, and what happened after you left? I'd like to know everything, from start to finish. Will you believe what I tell you? You never so much story. You never so much as gave me the time of day before. Hey, guilty as charged!
What?
It's like Michelle is just like, yeah, you're right. You know. And I very much doubt you'll find what I have to say agreeable. You'll still believe me even then? Believe my word, a stranger's word, over your family of the people of the village? Cannot yet say. I must hear what you have to say to make that decision. I suppose that might be better than you saying you'll believe me unconditionally.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Welcome, Moisey. Hello. Is that how you say your name? Moisey?
It's Moisey.
It's Moisey. It sounds like it's noisy, but like
But it's Moisey.
Yeah. I hope you're having a good day, and we will have an amazing stream. Right now it's sad hours, but that's fine. Fine. It's okay. We manage. Alright, I'll tell you everything. Just know that nothing I say is a lie. Understood?
That's a lie.
Giselle methodically recounted her tale for me. She told me of how she accepted an offer from the Ballingers to work... Bowling. I forgot that was... Bowling!
Lord Bollinger.
Yeah. That's why he's such a horrible person. He was cursed with
that
that name.
Too, and I joked about
That's why they all suck. It's because their name sucks. It was meant. Anyway, she told me of how she accepted an offer from the Ballingers to work as an abigail to earn money for her family. Of how my father, Antonin, had other plans for her. Of the things he did to her. She talked dryly, simply putting words to each event, one after the other. I'd already seen how she felt deep down, though. Had heard her pained screams, which were undoubtedly genuine. I didn't think she was trying to deceive me. There was the sound of old wounds being torn open, and even I could see that. Or perhaps my own experiences were what allowed me to see it. Ballin'! Exactly, B! So now you can try to drop again.
Yep.
In Twitch chat. I haven't figured out
how
to do...
emote you want to drop, and...
Yeah.
Oh, no, I miss...
Stop. It's okay, you still have time. Maybe you can fuck me up.
What's so funny, huh?
Oh, I might actually... No. You might... No. I'm dead.
Oh well.
Oh well. Stop.
Stop.
Regardless, I'd realized too late. I should have seen it sooner. She described it all mechanically to remain detached from what had happened to her, to protect herself. Of that I had no doubts. Still, the things she told me were almost unbearable, and I had a difficult time accepting them. What was I supposed to do when I learned my father was a rapist? How was I supposed to react to that revelation? Damn it. So close! What was I supposed to think about the fact that his blood flowed through me? I repulsed myself. You want all the details? What do you mean? Of the wounds he gave me? I still have scars from the things he did. If you don't believe me, I can show them to you. No, that won't be necessary.
Okay, I believe you.
Okay, I believe you. He's like, I'd rather not. That's a relief. I don't think I could have handled that right now. if I hadn't turned down her offer for her sake. I only did so because I didn't think I could take any more. I averted my eyes to protect myself. Why had I taken my mother's word, brushing aside everything Giselle had said and done? I knew good and well my mother was no longer in her right mind. Oh wow! This occurs to him now.
My mom could be fucked up.
Yeah. Almost as if like he had been treated by her like that since he was born, and somehow didn't realize that maybe she can lie about other things.
No, not my mom.
Not my mother.
Mother.
So why had I thought her letter the truth? Why had I been unable to think rationally? There were, I believe, several factors. My childhood, my past, the witch's whispers, and above all, my own character. Consumed with distrust for everything. I had to face it now, to open my eyes once more, to look at everything I had pretended away until now. I was not completely blameless for her suffering, after all. Please continue, if you will. I left off at the point when the mistress discovered what was happening, I believe. I was sent to this mansion to atone for my sins. Sins that she didn't even commit. It was decided that I would be sent here rather than being executed, which was what the mistress wanted. At first I assumed it would be essentially a private prison, but in the carriage on the way here I was given a letter. A letter? From whom? It didn't say, but your father was the one who ordered me here, so I would guess it was him. The letter was very concise, simply explaining that there was someone already there. The Bollinger's youngest child. It didn't go into any more detail than that. But it did ask me to look after you. Do you still have the letter? I don't. The coachman took it back after I was finished. Thinking back on it now, that was rather strange of him to do. It's just a harmless letter. It was anything but. What? It was my father who wrote that letter. He believes me to be dead, so he would have sincerely thought he was banishing you to an empty house in a remote forest. The writer couldn't risk leaving anything that might suggest I was still alive. Then who? My brother, I believe. Either Didier or George, but I would guess Didier. Your brother? Why would he... I do not know. I can't imagine why he would write such a letter. Or why he would want to tell you about me. I don't believe he had any ill intentions, at least. I mean, he asked me to look after you. That makes it sound like he's concerned about you. Then why doesn't he stay in contact? Oof! Why does he never respond to my letters? Bigger oof! Oofer loofer. It's a bit late to suddenly start being concerned. Oh, never mind that now. Please tell me the rest. Alright. Giselle resumed her story from the day she fled the mansion, terrified by my behavior. She seemed to be putting a bit more emotion in her tone of voice now, perhaps because she could see I was more interested in this part. There was a deep sadness on her face as she described that night in the rain, listening to the thunder when she gave up on living. And I knew I had caused it. She then told me of the time she spent in the nearby village, how at first life had seemed wonderful, but in time it had come crumbling down. Naturally, she wouldn't be here to tell me this if nothing had happened there. Once she was through with her tale, Giselle let out a long, heavy sigh, as though she had been holding it in for some time. I thought I could hear just a faint trembling in the air she exhaled. That's everything. Do you believe me? If you don't, if you still think I'm deceiving you, then I won't argue with you. That's fine. If that's the case, please just kill me. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? I know I wasn't very open to anything you said, but if that day, when I found you in my room, if you told me I was mistaken, that the sin belonged to my father, it might not have turned out like this. The knife. What? You were holding a knife. He was like, ah! Oh, yeah.
Oh, come on. It was a friendly knife. The knife of friendship and magic.
I can't handle blades anymore. Ever since what happened, they scare me to death. Just the sight of one in someone's hand. And I start thinking they're going to use it on me. I can't help it. I start shaking uncontrollably, growing faint of breath. The world goes white. I can't even form words.
Like sweaty mouth spaghetti.
There's nothing I can do. Oh, now I finally see. She was grimacing in pain. The day the package arrived, when you knocked my hand away. Because I was scared. Because it reminded me of that time. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, B, oh, 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 B, oh, B, oh, 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 come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Also, do you want to count?
Hmm?
Do you want to count drop?
Sure, let's try it. Okay. Just give me a second. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go! Oh! Oh no, I might collide. That's a collision. No! Ah! I'm just leading you to hell with me.
Amazing, thank you. I always count it.
I had assumed she was simply jumpy from a guilty conscience. I felt nauseous realizing I'd been pouring a constant stream of salt onto her unmendable wounds. What a damn fool I was.
Damn.
Why did you get so upset at me? Why did you have to point a knife at me? I didn't want you snooping. If you meant to sell information about me, I thought I had to do anything in my power to stop you. I'm still not convinced it was necessary. I was unarmed. I couldn't fight back. You didn't need a knife. I have nothing left anymore, so I'm going to tell you exactly how I feel. You're a jerk! Yeah.
Jerk McDouche face.
What you did was inexcusable. You may not have hurt me physically, but you still hurt me. Humans are frail creatures. They wound easily. Apologize.
Apologize to the funny Reaper.
Apologize to the funny Reaper! Apologize to me. I said apologize. I'm sorry. Again. Put your heart into it. Convince me you mean it. I'm sorry. Again, once more. Get down on your knees and shout it from your gut. I'm so very sorry. Was that a laugh? Jeez, you're such a strange man. Strange? You told me to do it! What? Come on! Nothing's going like I thought it would. I figured even if we talked, you would just deny everything I said. I didn't think you'd actually listen to me. But you did. You listened. You looked quite distressed by what you heard. I looked distressed? Oh yes, you sure did. I wish I'd had a mirror to show you. I'm sure you didn't want to believe what I said, but you didn't accuse me of lying. You faced up to the truth and you apologized. I seem to have had the wrong impression of you as well. I didn't try to see you for who you were, instead of letting myself believe you were someone to be afraid of. To be honest, I didn't like you very much. The feeling was mutual. Indeed.
I didn't like you too.
I didn't like you too, but I got better. But for some reason I don't feel that way now. Is it guilt? I need to apologize to you too. Apologize for what? I let the villagers hear. I almost sold my soul to the devil. I tried to sell you out to save myself. And for that, I'm truly sorry. I don't understand. What? Do I need to get down on my knees too? No, that's not what I meant. The blame falls on the village for falsely accusing you of stealing. You were a convenient scapegoat for the real thieves. They planned to take advantage of you from the start. That Amadei was probably in on it as well. To get back at you for rejecting his proposal. Yeah, like the whole time I was thinking about, like, is he just doing this because he's salty he was rejected? Like, that's such a typical... Plus, giving the village a single target to let out their frustrations on would, in a way, help unify them. He used you to meet that end. In order to escape from their trap, you told them about me. But this is after I had threatened you, causing you to flee from this place. You've nothing to apologize for. Still, I still feel really bad about it. Ah, B is going fast. Woo!
Oh my god, V.
Woo! Oh, that's how I'm shooting it.
Also, I'm preparing too.
Oh. Sure.
Ooh. Nice!
Oh, you actually did! You actually made it. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go! We chose the same emote. Where the hell did you go? You aren't there.
What?
Oh, I guess it's because you can't drop the same one. No, that can't be it. I didn't make it. Weird. That's strange. I guess you already dropped. Yeah, you made it. Look at you. So,
Look at you there.
I'm sorry anyway. You're unexpectedly stubborn.
Stop saying sorry. Okay, I know, sorry.
Sorry. But now that we've both apologized to each other, we can call everything square.
No.
Square?
I like circles.
Square. We were both in the wrong. So we
Speaking
apologized and we forgave each other.
The sponsor of today's video, Square.
She gave a little smile, but all I could do was stare at her, brow furrowed in perplexity. Like I was looking at some bizarre fantasy-land creature. The weight of our crimes was not equal. What I had done to her was so very much worse. Furthermore, I am Antonen's son. His blood flows through me. Can you honestly say you don't find me revolting? That you're willing to forgive me for that? I didn't think I would be able to. If I were her, my grudge would extend to all of my family. Everyone I'd ever come in contact with. I can. Although, you don't need forgiveness for being his son. Being related to someone doesn't make you responsible for their sins. It wouldn't be fair to blame you for that. You're curious. What? Curious? About what? No, not that curious. You're a strange creature. I'm human, you know. Yes, I know you're human. You're making me lightheaded. Is it a medical emergency? That's quite the leap in logic. You know, I was at my lowest just a little bit ago, and now I'm laughing again. It's odd. I never expected I would recover at all. I was just as surprised as her. She'd been through hell, and she had more than enough reason to despise me, to shower me with vitriol, but instead she was smiling. And even more unexpected is the fact that I feel relieved to see it. It's like, he's like, oh my god, what is this in my Kokoro?
Is it Brokoro? Oh no.
I really, truly wished I'd gotten to know him sooner.
I know what the pain is. The pain is of holding a stupid candle all the time.
Yeah. Yes, I'd fled from the mansion in fear of him, but maybe if I just had a little more courage, enough to tell them the truth, maybe he would have listened. I had let my initial impression of him solidify too quickly. I convinced myself he was insensitive and perpetually expressionless, save for the Arctic stare. But the man sitting before me did experience sadness, pain, and distress. Or at the very least, he appeared to from where I was standing. Michelle was just like me, an ordinary person. That said, there was still plenty I didn't know. I was still lacking explanations for much of his behavior. Would you mind telling me about yourself now? I'd like to get to know you better.
No.
what are you doing here in this mansion, all alone? Why do you call yourself cursed? I told you everything. It's only fair you do the same. I have no interest in using your information for anything. I have no reason to. Or are you gonna keep pushing the master and servant line? Do you still think I have no need to know? Be quiet! For the love of God, stop talking already! You always pick the worst time!
Jesus, that was a fun parade.
Anyway. Excuse me? What do you mean I always pick the worst time? No, I wasn't... Unbelievable. Just when I was starting to think you might actually be a decent human being. And you go and spout this! No, Giselle, I wasn't talking to you. Who else could it have been? It's the witch, isn't it? I was, talking to... You know... I have a condition that forces me to vocalize objections to my own thoughts. You know, that's about as convincing as my allergic to people excuse. Sorry! It's the I think he's talking about the witch, right? Like, she hasn't been present, but... Like, we aren't seeing anything, but we still haven't met this witch. Weirdo. What crosses did he bear? What secrets did he keep? Maybe the truth is far beyond my reckoning. And if it was, even if he did.
Learn more in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
I know, right? Please tell me please tell me everything. No matter what you say, I won't doubt your words. Your words. Blah blah blah.
Blah 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 blah.
Blah blah blah. Sorry.
Blah, 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 blah.
I'm having a bit of a potato Friday today.
Blah, 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 blah.
But I'm doing my best. I will trust you, and I'm sure I can accept anything you say. Please. If you don't put it into words, I have nothing to work with. Okay. Where should I start, though? How about the curse, then? Are you actually cursed? That's a difficult question. I cannot, for example, take someone's life with my curse, nor can I bring about disaster. I don't have any magical powers like that. So, what you said outside was a bluff, then? It was just a way to chase the villagers away. Well, you suddenly put on a convincing performance. So you can't actually curse anyone, huh? Regardless, I am human. Nothing more, nothing less. At least I consider myself one. Others would disagree. And the reason for that has to do with my body. Your skin, hair, and eye color, right? Right. He's like, yeah, definitely, yep. Nothing else. Definitely not. Nope. Yeah. Seeing Michel under the sun, he certainly wasn't what most people would consider normal. Awe-inspiring, in fact. Giving birth to me, it broke my mother. No, I drove her mad. Not only did I appear inhuman, I'm oversensitive to sunlight. While a little light through the window isn't much of a problem, I can't be outside directly under the sun for more than a couple hours. When she realized I couldn't go out into the sun, my mother started thinking I was possessed by a demon. So she banished me to this mansion until my curse was broken. That was 10 years ago. Just because you look different from them? The family's reputation was at stake too. If other noble houses realized they were giving refuge to an unholy creature, it would destroy the Bollingers. You saw how the villagers reacted. They called me a demon when they saw me. I suspect the rumors about the mansion played a part in that. It's like, if this place looked just a little more friendly, you know? If nobody thought the house was cursed, they wouldn't have... I'm sure you were afraid as well. You saw me and thought I was not of this world, that I looked like a demon. I thought you looked like an angel. What? I at least thought you looked more like an angel than a demon. It never once crossed my mind that you might be evil. But I understand your situation now. Because of your appearance, you've lived all alone in this dark mansion for 10 years. It was never really an inconvenience. They bring me all the supplies I need. You big liar. Have you never considered running away? I mean, yeah, he's probably albino, but the hesitation is that I don't think he's only that. I don't think it's just that. Go. Oh, you... Why aren't you dropping, Argo?
I don't know.
You're so... Oh. That's not an option. Because of the sun? No. I could move during the night if I really wanted to. I'm being watched. To ensure I don't leave. Watched? They can't allow anyone to find out that I am alive, particularly at the Ballinger estate.
Ballinger.
Balling. If I were to run and they were to find out, I would probably be killed. If only I didn't stand out so much, I might be able to stay out of sight easier. But also... I had been holding on to a little hope, I think. Hope that I might be able to return someday. I've all but given up on that hope now, though. Not that I ever haven't had enough willpower to really fight for it. I see. You don't need to worry about pitying me either. It's long since become normal to me. That's not something that should ever become normal. So, what was that really a moment ago? You don't actually have a condition that makes you argue with yourself, do you? Please tell me.
Tell me!
You don't have to believe me. In fact, I doubt you will.
Okay,
you're free to think I'm completely mad. Don't worry, I want to know. I can hear the witch's voice. The witch's voice? It started when I first arrived at the mansion. No one else can hear it either. Like I said, it sounds crazy. Not at all. I said I would trust you, so I believe you. Maybe he's not well. Yeah, that has to be it. 10 years all alone in one place and you're bound to start hearing things. He seems like a delicate person, too. Thinking about it like that, I'm starting to feel really sorry for him. Do I want to know what you're thinking? I'm here for you. Huh? I've made up my mind. I'm gonna stay here with you. Wait, what? Don't worry, I'll shout so loud you won't be able to hear that silly witch's voice anymore. Will you now? If you hear it again, let me know, understood? You don't have to be afraid. I never said I was... Whenever you hear it, I'll be there with you, holding your hand. Well, we kinda took the extremely long route, but there you have it. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Master. Master? Now, where should we begin? I know, supper. Are you hungry? What should I make? Slow down, please. What is it? If there's something you'd like, I'd be happy to accommodate. You actually intend to stay here again? After what happened last time? Because of what happened. Because of that, we're finally able to see past each other's surface. I want us to try again from the beginning. And this time, actually try to be considerate of one another's feelings. That's a promise, Master. Yeah, exactly. Alright. I can stay here, right? I don't mind. I'm glad to hear it. Say, yes, Master. If you ever want something from me, could I please ask you to put it into words? I don't have much faith in my ability to pick up on things. How relatable. Got it. Then here's something to start with. What do you say we open some of these windows? Open the windows? Yeah. We don't have to if you think it'll cause you problems, but it'll be nice to get a little light in here. I'd like to put an end to this house being a dark, closed-off cave. I wasn't the one who barred the windows. You weren't? They were like that when I arrived. Made it seem like a very appropriate place to lock me away. Well, I am sensitive to light, yes. As I mentioned, a little sun through the windows shouldn't cause any problems. Alright then. Could I ask you to help me open them? Let's both lighten this place up. After a few moments of silence, Michelle gave me a curt nod. Well, we couldn't do anything about the windows that had been boarded up. The two of us forced open the ones that were just covered by rusted-over shutters. When we got the first one open, a beautiful stream of light like nothing I'd ever seen before. Flooded into the dark mansion's halls. I had assumed that spring would never come. All we had to do was talk to each other, listen to each other, and everything else would fall into place. But it was that first step that was so hard, so much harder than either of us had expected. And now that the ice was melting, we had to treasure that. It might not have seemed like much to someone else, but to us it was a huge accomplishment. Aww. They all be friends. This time, it'll all work out. It has to. I had all the confidence in the world when we were together. But now that I'm alone in the dark, in the absolute silence of the night, I'm starting to get anxious again. Starting to feel like something bad is gonna happen. Like I'm going to mess up something again. We took a big step today and I know I have to keep it together, to keep thinking positive. The goods you're after, Giselle. Oh, that's you, right? I was like... I was just on...
The goods you're after, Giselle, are not cheap. Understand? Thus said the Lord of Hosts, the woman had committed 3 sins. She has lied, she has stolen, and she has betrayed her fellow men.
It's like, gee, I wonder why she doesn't trust men. Gee, golly willikers at this point, like, wow, I am impressed that she gives him the time of day at all. Like, Jesus. It's alright. It's okay. There's nothing to be afraid of, Giselle. Whatever happens, you have to hold fast to your faith in the goodness of others. You have no reason to tremble. Yes, come in. That's odd. I don't think I was hearing things. It's the witch. There's no one there.
Witch.
What's that about? Oh? A glass? It's wine and it's so warm. I guess you heated it on the fire for me? Oh, you could have at least said hi. I have a feeling this is gonna work out. Is wine better served warm? I don't know anything about wine. I guess it could be. Oh, we're back to this place. The light shining in through the windows is swallowed whole by the darkness. As if to say our time together never actually existed. We saw it though. Together, we watched the light crack open the darkness. I'm begging you, please remember. Please find yourself. Please, Giselle. Don't let the things you felt, the warmth that fell over us, remain lost to you. Mulled wine is warm. Huh, interesting. Again, I don't drink alcohol or anything even like adjacent to it. I guess I tried Summersby once with alcohol. Some cider, some other cider. I tried wine once as a kid on accident because I took my mom's wine glass instead of my cola glass and I was like... and I was like a toddler.
Such a baby.
And all I remember was hating it. And then I have smelled beer once and thought, no! Like, that's it. Yeah, cider's pretty okay. Cider's pretty okay, like all things considered. Like pear cider and apple cider, it's all pretty decent. It is, yeah. It's just for, like, alcohol is just not for me. Like, again, Argo introduced me to the non-alcoholic versions of Summersby, which is definitely, like, way more worth it. I might have seen it. seen that most beautiful light. Giselle. But are these truly my memories? Could they not be someone else's tale? Like all the others we have seen so far? She was so bright and energetic, and I am neither of those. Besides, the maid needs not a tale of her own. This is not a story. These are memories. Mine and your memories. No one else's. It was all very much real. As were the kinder, happier days that came next. Kinder, happier days. Those words create a strange warmness within my chest. But at the same time, they made me indescribably anxious. Is there really happiness to be found down that road? Even if our past does not lead to happiness, it couldn't be worse than where we are now. Come, Giselle. To the spring that made us more than just strangers. Aww. Doodle. Master, come on, get up. Up with you. Master! Yeah. I was like, what? See, what did I tell you? It's so much nicer in here with the little light. Morning? Wait a sec. How'd you hide under your bedspread? Get out of there! I'm fine with my room staying dark. What's she even doing in here? Oh, but Master, you agreed that I could open the windows. I did, yes. Don't worry, I've put curtains up. If it gets too bright, you can draw them. Mornings take the best parts of being outside and squeeze them all into the same few hours. You don't have to go outside in the sunlight for it either. Just listen to all the wonderful sounds. The joyous songs of the birds, the swaying of the trees, the rustling of leaves. Am I being as pushy as I feel right now? Kind of. But you wouldn't be you if you weren't, so for now I won't get on you about it. Also, now that I know your real intentions, no, never mind. I completely misjudged you. You're the exact opposite of what I thought you were. What did you think of me? Let's see. I thought you were cold and cruel. Heartless and incomprehensible. But I'm beginning to get a better idea. You try to put on airs, but you're really rather childish. You have a short temper, but can be surprisingly playful. What else? You have a pretty difficult personality too. There's not a single good trait on that list. Now, hear me out here. That's not everything. You gave me a chance to talk and you listen intently. You can be kind of nice too. We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house, so we got plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope you can make your own list about me too. This is just the beginning, after all. We got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? Let's not waste any time then. What do you say we do something today that we haven't been able to before? Where should we begin? Ooh, I know. We can get this place cleaned up. You want to clean? Now that there's some actual light in here, we can see all sorts of things we'd probably rather not. Like dust. All over the place. My vision was still slightly unfocused, having not completely escaped from Morpheus's embrace, but I could see well enough to catch her smiling brightly. That was the first time I'd gotten a good look at her in the light. I could see facial features I'd missed during yesterday's commotion, and those glittering eyes. Not even a trace of the tribulation she had endured tainted her pure jade eyes. She's surprisingly good looking. Oh no. I am clearly not myself right now. Stop this, my heart. Yamete. Is something the matter, Master? I know, you're still half asleep, aren't you? I guess I'm just gonna have to throw my best bucket of water on you. What is the best bucket of water? Bucket of water! I'm awake, please don't do that. Is there something on my face then? Just far too amusing a sight to wake up to. Amusing? Oh, Oh, just get out of bed already! What a noisy morning. Aww. I got my first decent look at Michelle's face under the light that morning, watching him stifle a yawn as he crawled out of bed. All the little details I hadn't been able to pick up on in the darkness, his expressions, mannerisms, and the way he looked at me. I could see facial features I'd missed during yesterday's commotions, and those vivid, all-consuming red eyes. I was probably, no, almost certainly, making a really dumb face at him. And I did not realize that their eyes were opposite colors of each other. It just hit me. Is it just me, or is he kind of, no, very pretty? Oh no.
Oh no.
Pretty
He's
boy.
hot.
Oh no, he's hot. Ah, gay feelings. Sorry. I just say that about everything. Because everything I do is gay. That's just the thing. Everything I perform is gay. Somehow.
When you get out the card, it's a gay credit card.
Yeah, yep. I pay with my gay little money, and I wear my gay little shoes, and I type on my gay little phone, and you know, like that. I could have not have noticed until now. Oh, jeez. Wow, I can't look him in the eyes. He just looks with the most tired, derpy-ass face on the planet, and she's just like, oh my god! He's so hot! Yes! Ooh, what can I do for you? Is there something on my face? No, what? Hair monster!
Crimson impression.
Excuse me? No, your hair, it's really long. Yes, this is way too long. Ho ho! Is that any way for a servant to speak to her master? I'm just kidding. That's a cute face. That's what that snap that's going in my cringe collection.
Oh wow.
I don't have any interest in holding your status against you anymore. I see. It's really hard to tell if he's joking or not. So, about that cleaning. May I wash my face first? What? No. You're gonna help? As I just said, I'm not gonna act like I'm superior to you anymore. What are you snickering about? I can't help it, I'm happy. If my hair really does bother you, you can cut it. Huh? I can cut it? Of course. I'll give you the best haircut you've ever had.
Crime.
Oh, but I should warn you, you'll want to stay perfectly still. I'm a monster with a pair of scissors. My sister always said you was likely to lose an ear if you wore your hair whenever I cut it. You stay away from me! I can just picture her like on everything. It's like, stop! I was shocked at how much more comfortable I felt around her only one day following our opening up to each other. This music is unsettling. Right? I find this unsettling as hell. What's your rating?
I don't know. Most of the tracks in this game are unsettling.
Yeah, I agree. But I feel like this one isn't supposed to be, but it is anyway.
Oh no, it's a judgment again.
Yeah, because I think like this one is supposed, like it sounds almost a little whimsical. Like it's supposed to be whimsical, but to me it just sounds offbeat somehow.
Because it is offbeat.
Yeah, it is. Maybe this is normal, and I've simply never felt it before. I didn't know. I thought it would take years of work to get close enough to someone to be able to have a conversation without picking apart every little detail. But here I was a day later, already there. Was that how it usually worked? Did people normally get close and draw apart so freely? I didn't find it unpleasant to have someone else around. It was a strange feeling. All that friction had dissipated in an instant. And it was like we had known each other for years. Though not entirely willingly, we began sharing meals, something I'd always done by myself. Hey, I see you shoving aside that parsnip! You need to eat everything. Do you have any idea why there was so much rotting parsnip in this cell? He hates it!
No.
He doesn't like parsnip! That's so fucking funny!
Well, he keeps
He's
in the
like,
cellar.
ew, cellar! Yeah, he still keeps it. I don't know, out of obligation. I guess if some people were to wander by and just found a shit ton of rotting parsnips, they would be a little weirded out. So he was like, okay, I guess I have to place it there. I don't care for it.
Let me just put it with the left of the parsnip.
Yeah. You can at least pretend to be ashamed. Yeesh. No. You're not a kid, so don't be so picky.
I'm an adult, I choose what I eat.
Yeah, it's not good for you. Hasn't caused any problems thus far. It will soon enough. I can't believe you. We have limited supplies and you won't eat your veggies? No on veg?
No. We've got veggies.
Oh, question. I got an idea. Go on. Is the list of supplies sent by your family set in stone? Meaning?
Yes. It was carved in the stone.
I was just wondering if it was possible to make requests. If I could, I would just go out on a shopping trip. Paris to Fat. The only village around here is the one you came from. Right. Say, are you saying that out of concern for... Who would ever be concerned about you? He's literally...
Not me!
Not me! I'm not a tsundere, Mom! Don't look at me like that! And I'm not interested in throwing more servants to the lions. You know, you're a whole lot simpler of a person than I first thought. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Back to your question about the delivery. Yes, you can. I haven't made any requests recently, but you can write what you want on a sheet of parchment, or if we don't have any, something similar. Put it in the box and leave it outside. As long as your request is not completely unreasonable, it should arrive within the next package. Why, is there something you need? Yeah, I was hoping to increase our selection of vegetables. And well, I'm at it if possible. Actually, that's a secret. Ooh. A secret? It's nothing too exciting. I'll tell you when the time is right. A pair of super sharp scissors to cut your hair!
Years later!
No! Sorry.
No.
My relationship with Michelle gradually transitioned from master and servant to something closer to friends. He was still my master, but he allowed me almost complete freedom. And he didn't order me around either. He even gave me a hand with my work. Though he was still not very talkative and oftentimes hard to read. He at least seems to be making an effort to close the gap. He would, on occasion, tell me about himself, though not in much details, and anytime his family came up, he grimaced uncomfortably. Apparently his father had wanted him dead. His brothers, though, had worked to create a scenario where she could live, faking his death and sending him to this remote mansion. I'd never encountered Michelle's brothers while at the family's estate, but assuming he was right and it was one of them who had given me that letter, they were likely our only allies at that house. I don't know what he's thinking. It's been 10 years, Michelle had muttered. To which I had replied, have faith. It's better to believe in something, even if it felt silly and unreasonable, than to lose faith in everything. My being able to find renewed belief in the kindness of people was what had allowed me to start smiling again after all. Because I was able to have that faith, I was able to enjoy life once more. It wasn't an exciting or thrilling life, it was a humble, simple one with just the two of us. But I wouldn't trade that light for anything. Some people might think it dull or dreary, but it was ours. Master, I really truly appreciate that you want to help with the cooking. I do, honestly, but... This is apocalyptic! This is mutinous! This is an affront to gastronomy! This is unearthly disgusting! Give me better ingredients. Shut up! What? I'm not a bad cook. These are simply bad ingredients. You're being stubborn. If they were better, they would taste fine, just fine, boiled. And it's not as bad as you claim, besides. You make a mockery of the culinary arts! I've been eating this for years, so I don't see the problem. I've heard quite enough, Master. Sounds like I'm gonna need to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. I have to teach him what real food tastes like. Otherwise, he won't be able to appreciate it if I'm making something really good.
Wow.
Wow. mean, I'm assuming he's probably just like been eating like porridge for 5 years. That's the kind of thing he's been eating.
Hold the chair steady for me, will you?
Porridge.
Yeah, exactly. Overcooked sludge that doesn't taste like anything. And he's just like, well, it's fine.
I'm going to wipe down the top shelf.
I can handle it. I'm tall enough to reach without standing on a chair.
It's not as simple as just running a rag over it. I got practice, so let me take care of it, alright? There's a little more dust than I expected. Probably should have used something to cover my mouth. You're going to want to hold your breath for this, Master. Alright, here goes!
She's quite practiced. Is there any need for me to be holding the chair?
Ah!
Whoa!
Oh.
Hold the chair! Ow. I'm so sorry. I don't think there would be that much dust. Thank you for holding the...
Oh my god, thank you so much.
Master? Your hand is... it's on my chest.
Oh god. The boob grab! The
anime
boob
no,
grab!
Mina, you don't understand. Giselle has a core crystal in there.
I see. I don't know. It was an accident!
Right, it was.
Listen,
it's not really. It's my fault anyway.
It is accident. They kinda in a way, you know?
Yeah.
It's really hard.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's completely,
really.
totally fine.
Yeah. Don't worry about
No, believe me.
This is so anime long. I can't even look her in the eyes. Could this be any more painfully awkward?
Which ones?
So don't worry about it, Master. Honestly, I should be apologizing for subjecting you to that.
That's easier said than done.
What's
I
up
have to
with
do
that?
something about the stifling awkwardness. For one, it was only for a moment. Barely even realized what it was. That's not the issue. I need some clever way to brush all this aside. Something witty. So sorry, I'm not bothered at all. Titty. I'm not concerned. In fact, I see no reason to be concerned at all.
Because I'm gay.
Read the word. No. He's fired. It felt like I was squeezing an obese rat. I hardly even perceived it as a breast. How were you supposed to react to that? That was an obese rat.
What a way to fuck.
How utterly insensitive can you be? I'm gonna rip every last hair over your head. Leave my hair out of this.
Oh, look at that. It's love. It's love, baby.
Say, Master, what do you do all this time all by yourself?
That's an exceedingly vague question.
Say when you were really, really stupidly bored out of your mind. What do you do to keep yourself occupied?
Meditate?
Just how many times have you reached enlightenment?
2?
I sometimes play chess, too.
Chess? Wait, by yourself?
Yes, I imagine how an opponent might react to my moves and play the other side that way.
That's kind of depressing to think about. How about this, Master? Play a game against me.
No.
Do you know the rules?
You bet I do. I do come from a family of merchants, so I keep up with trends and know all sorts of games.
Oh-ho.
Prepare to meet your maker.
So, who was I supposed to prepare to meet again?
Come on, have a little mercy. You trounced me. One more time. I just wasn't at the top of my game.
When am I going to meet this maker?
What? How? When did you put me in checkmate? One more. Hold on, that's not fair. Take it back! Ah, my king! Please stop!
Amateur.
He's making the face again.
It's going in the cringe collection.
Can you just go a little bit easy, pleasey?
No.
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 He's such a meanie weenie. You never asked me to go easy.
This isn't a game. This is a slaughter. This is a one-sided massacre.
About this maker.
I'm looking right at him.
That was actually kind of fun.
No, it wasn't. It was miserable. Next time we're playing something fair.
Such as...
Let's see. Ooh, I know. Arm wrestling.
Huh? Arm wrestling?
Yeah, you sit across from each other, put your elbow on the table, grab hands, and see who can pin the other down.
Who would ever willingly participate in such a primitive competition?
You.
Not interested then? Are you afraid you might lose?
He's childish. Alright then. Can't imagine losing to a woman.
Okay, elbow on the table. Start on my count. Ready? Go!
Ah!
Victory!
I mean, she literally is a manual laborer. Of course she's stronger than you little idiot.
But I'm holding the candle all the time.
Yeah, and your arm got stuck in that space, so that's why you can't do it anymore. Aww. Aww. They are together.
And you're keeping an eye on the stream too, that it's fine, right?
Yes.
It's good. Aww.
With each passing day, it grew less and less unusual having Giselle always at my side. I began more freely engaging in silliness, speaking my mind and showing emotion. I could say her name and Giselle would turn around and smile at me, an unimaginable sight not long ago. For 10 years I had lived alone. Solitude had been my normal. But that was very rapidly changing at her hands. We were continually getting closer, yes, but not in a romantic sense. If I had to describe it, I would say good friends is probably the most apt. When can I drop again? I'm not sure. Time continued to press on, our relationship remaining relatively stable. Eventually, summer came, bringing with it the longest periods of sunlight I had experienced in many years. Oh, the thingy? I can try to restart it.
Because B is like still in the correct spot.
Yeah, give me a second. I need to find it on my thingy. There's the drops game. Let me just refresh the cache. Just question if it'll come back. Oh, there it is. Check if it works now. Sometimes I can just be a little weirdo. Oh, there it goes.
Hey, I'm back.
You're back. With the smallest amount of momentum I have ever. Oh, you might actually. Oh, no. Nope. Sorry. Then the leaves began falling from the trees, and before long the world grew cold and dreary. That winter, the fireplace was never without a crackling blaze in its belly. Oh, nope. The boiled wine we drank was undoubtedly middling and cheap. But she said with a smile, I've never had wine this good before. And though I didn't say anything, I felt the same way. The sun set much earlier, and having stopped using candles, we found ourselves habitually gathering around the fireplace when it grew dark. Aww. Bro, look at them. Look at them. Look at them, my babies.
Reading a story by the fireplace like this almost makes it feel like we're in another world, doesn't it, Master? I bet that's why troubadours perform at pubs, so they can be near the fire. Or because there's ale.
Or because there's ale. Drunkenness makes even bad singing and storytelling pleasant to the ears.
Oh, you're such a cynic. But that's okay. Say,
Yes?
do you remember when I first arrived here?
When I was cleaning the library. Please don't tell me you're bringing the obese rat incident back up. The obese rat incident. that's gonna be on my headstone. Known for the obese rat incident.
No, not that. Before that. Before we could actually talk to each other. I believe I suggested we read something together if you ever felt the inclination.
You might have. I can't say I remember.
Are you sure about that? You turned down my proposal saying I was wasting my time. But look, it actually happened. Even if you don't remember, I'm sure you never thought this moment would come. I was, for the most part, focused on making sure things didn't get any worse between us, but to be honest, I didn't expect there would actually come a time where we would sit shoulder to shoulder and read a book. You never know how things might pan out.
I actually do remember. I remember how I tried to push her away, how much I mistrusted her. I was nothing but hostile towards her. People change. And perhaps if they can, so can the future. Maybe I can hope that, like our friendship, there's a chance the future might take a turn for the better.
Is something the matter?
Oh, they're so cute! I love them! They're my babies. I don't much care for hypotheticals, but if by some chance I were someday to be able to return to that house, should that time come, that house is home to her nightmares. Even if it didn't happen until after my father was gone, it wouldn't erase what he had done to her there. She acts like nothing's wrong, though. I don't know. Have her wounds healed, or do they still remain?
Should that time come?
Should that time come, if that day comes, I will do what I can to ensure you have a comfortable life in the city. Though I will not be able to inherit the estate, I can work something out.
I see. Thank you very much.
But if you would be comfortable doing so, I would be pleased if you were to join me.
Aww.
I mean, as a servant. As a, no homo!
What do you mean, no?
There just isn't a good straight equivalent of no homo, you know? Like, it is like he's doing a, no homo, you know? Like,
what is this unnecessary feelings?
Yeah.
As a servant.
Yes, a servant. We're, short on hands.
I see, a servant.
I don't mean like that, bro.
As a servant, lol, oh my god, yeah. Do I really need to repeat myself? Yes, as a servant.
Alright, sure, I think I will.
As an obese rat.
I would like to accompany you, Master. How exciting. I'm sure a wonderful future awaits us.
I pray so.
No. Now back to the story. I believe we'd just gotten to the point where the knight set out to defeat the monster and save the princess. I bet he was a big, buff, muscular knight.
Let's not talk about how muscular he was. Aw, he's jelly. She let out a gentle laugh, and I thought I smelled something sweet on her breath. Was it her scent, or perhaps just my imagination? I had no way of knowing. No whisperings of the witch? No whisperings of the witch. We sat so close, even the slightest shift seemed sufficient to allow me to hear the sound of her heartbeat, causing mine to accelerate. Oh, the little gay. Sorry. This is the...
Oh, the lexicon on that girl.
This is the logic of my streams. If you don't like it, leave.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, yeah, it's gay.
Yeah. Curiosity's flooded my mind. What might she be thinking right now? What does she think about me? And as much as I tried to banish them, I frustratingly failed. I was just getting caught up in the moment. I had just briefly lost my way. Though I tried to convince myself otherwise, it was all in vain. When had my pulse gotten so rapid? When had my skin gotten so flushed? When, how, why was this happening to me? I thought I had already learned my lesson about having feelings for someone else. Before long, winter retreated and our second spring came to take its place. A full year had passed since we had resumed living together. And I don't think it was in my imagination that this year felt much warmer than last. Spring seemed to have arrived a bit earlier than in previous years. One night, when the breeze carried on it a pleasant residual warmth, Giselle escorted me out to the garden.
Come on, Master, hurry up!
In the middle of the night, what's so important?
I just found it myself, and I couldn't wait until morning. A rose! It blossomed.
A rose? Giselle had, over the past year, cleaned up the nest of weeds that had been strangling the garden. Off to the side of a small plot of turned soil, swaying in the wind beneath the moonlight, was a single red rose. When did you...
Last year I requested flower seeds, but I just couldn't get them to grow, and I was starting to think they never would. But look, it's only one, but it did.
I had no idea.
Of course you didn't. I didn't tell you.
Why would you keep it from me?
I wanted to make it a gift for you, Master.
What? Why?
Roses make wonderful gifts, supposedly.
No, that's not what I meant. Why me? I haven't given you anything.
Consider it a symbol of my hope that we'll still be this close another year from now. If we are, then this is yours.
I don't follow her reasoning. I don't follow it at all, but... The sight of the deep red rose almost melting into the dark night was perhaps the most wondrous thing I had ever seen in my life. I had never understood why some people found flowers so enchanting. They were always just plants to me. But that one on that night was undeniably beautiful, majestic. And like a young child seeing a flower for the very first time, my hand automatically reached out for it. Not knowing the proper way to appreciate flowers, I didn't gently caress it, its petals or take in its fragrance, but snapped its stem.
Oh, you picked it. Are you gonna bring it back to your room?
When I finally processed her question, that was when I realized I probably should have left it to grow in the garden. From the base of its stem where I plucked it, a droplet succumbed to gravity and fell to the earth. With it came the delayed realization that I had ended the plant's life, but I was overpowered by childish possessiveness. This stunning flower was mine. Moonlight trickled down from the heavens, giving a gentle bluish tint to my hands and a smile on her face.
You're gonna need a vase then. Give me just a minute.
For the briefest moment, the moonlight must have played a trick on my mind. Oh.
Huh? Master?
What on earth am I doing? A look of
filled with
bewilderment.
those unnecessary feelings.
Yeah. A look of bewilderment filled Giselle's face, just inches from mine, which hammered on the reality of what I had just done. The thought had just crossed my mind that perhaps her black hair might prove a good backdrop for the rose, but it was supposed to remain a symbol of fancy.
What was that about?
An excuse. I need a good excuse. Obese rat! A drawing.
A drawing?
Right, I would like to preserve it on canvas.
What? What?
I mean, that a rose on its own does not make a very compelling picture, so I would like to include you as an accessory.
What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Wait, you want to draw me too?
Merely as a background element. Oh, you made it! I love Mina, yikes.
Landed.
Yeah, like just with the eyes.
Yep. Perfect.
I'm gonna try it soon. Oh, I'm going. I'm going places.
Oh, you're schmoving.
I'm schmoving. Ah, that's a dud.
No, it's Amina.
I think that's a dud. Oh, wait.
Yay!
Mina, I think it's a dad. Also, Mina Lance.
Yeah. Merely as a background element. You're slightly more interesting than a vase, that's all.
I've never seen you draw anything before.
Because I can draw.
I just never got the I just never got the urge.
You know how?
Many years ago, my brother taught me.
I don't think I can handle being a model. I never had a drawing of me done of me before.
No, don't do that. You're going to be a dick, but I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You would probably be better off with just a rose.
You gave it to me, didn't you? It means I'm free to do with it as I please.
I did.
This is a very cute CG, though. I didn't mean to sound so rude. I had no real interest in drawing the rose. Of course you didn't.
Wow.
But I couldn't just take it back either.
Wow.
Of course you just... Giselle had shrunk back quite visibly, and I couldn't bring myself to look her in the eyes. So I fled to the cellar in search of supplies to escape the oppressive awkwardness. At the far wall I found a rectangular panel of wood and several sticks of charcoal. My materials were obviously nothing compared to what a court artist might use, but I was clearly not going to be able to do the portrait any kind of justice. God, what am I doing? I want to bury my head in the sand. Giselle was waiting for me in the stained glass chamber. It seems she was just as uncomfortable as when I had left her. She gave me a fleeting glance before averting her gaze again. If only she would laugh or make a scene like usual, it would make things so much easier. Why did she have to choose now to start acting meek?
What should I be doing?
Can he even draw? That's the question.
No, I'm telling you, he can.
He can. Stay perfectly still, please.
He's freaking trapped in his piece of lies, you know?
Yeah.
Do you need me to pose or anything?
No, just get comfortable.
No, you can go home.
Look away.
Why?
It's hard to work when you're watching me. What?
I feel like I have to sneeze.
Hold it in, please. Well, why should be just a stick figure?
No, it's a dig, but I'm telling you.
What now?
Can I see it?
I've barely drawn anything yet. As long as her eyes didn't meet, I was able to observe her. And my gaze was quite clearly not focused on the rose, but Giselle. At first I had regretted my in-the-moment proposition, but I was beginning to think it hadn't been such a bad idea. Without some sort of pretext, I would never have been able to examine her so intently. I didn't have that kind of courage. This isn't like me. But what was like me? Did I prefer being a sharp-tongued, unapproachable recluse? Was that what I wanted to strive for? Giselle was like a gale. Her mere presence dispersed the gloomy cloud that always hovered around me. Thinking about it, it's practically a miracle that we ever ended up so comfortable around each other. That she's still here right now. Light from the moon spilled through the stained glass window, taking on a multitude of pale tones before falling on her white skin and jade eyes. I had stopped sketching at some point. You idiot. What in the world was going on? One of my roses had finally bloomed. Right, it changes. I keep forgetting to pay attention to the color right here. That's the indicator, the vines on the right side of the screen.
Sorry.
What in the world was going on? One of my roses had finally bloomed, which I thought would put a smile on Michelle's face. But rather than improve his mood, it made him go all strange. It made him say he wanted to draw something. I'd never seen Michelle draw anything before.
I can't sit still.
I tried to sneak peeks of him every once in a while, but anytime our eyes met, he gave me a stern "look that way" stare. So I ended up spending a whole lot of time looking at the archangel in the stained glass window. What could he be thinking?
Could this be thanks for the rose? I'm pretty sure he's not the type who would consider drawing an expression of gratitude, though. If I'm wrong about that, it'll turn my whole world upside down. Maybe he wanted to draw me? No, not possible. That would turn the world upside down even faster. He couldn't. We're close to be sure, but we're not that kind of close. Hashtag bros. It makes it sound like Michelle's attracted to me. And there's no way. No way, Jose. Absolutely no way, Jose.
No.
He compares me to an obese rat and calls me an amateur at chess, laughing while he crushes me.
Think why. Think about why he does that.
So that's not what this is it?
Yeah.
Huh? Yes?
If it's too much trouble, you're free to leave. This will take a very long time to complete.
Oh no, no trouble. You had a very stern look on your face, is all. I was doing that bad a job at hiding it. I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want. It was foolish of me to ask of you, I'm sorry. Honestly, it's no trouble, I mean it. You just took me by surprise, that's all. I'm not even that great of an artist to begin with. That's not a talent I was blessed with. If I'm being honest with myself, I can't imagine anyone would be pleased to have bad art drawn of them. What? What's it getting so negative about? I wasn't the only one making a face. His head was turned slightly downward, a forlorn shimmer in his eyes. I'd never seen him make that face before. He resembled a child who had just been scorned by his mother. I wasn't at all angry or displeased with him. I was just fine, honestly. I had to get that through to him. I am pleased. It doesn't matter how it turns out. You drew it for me, Master. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. But the moonlight shining through the stained glass window was so enchanting, I lost myself in it. I'd be happy with anything drawn for me by the man I love.
Oof! She said it!
Too bad he's not drawing it.
For an instant, time froze. By the time I realized what I'd said, my mind had gone blank and I couldn't form a coherent thought.
It was at this moment she knew.
Psych? Psych? Question mark? I mean, like, you know, like family. You're like an older brother to
Too
me.
bad I don't love you.
I'm in love, like love for a mother. Yep, definitely. Hey, say something, Master, please. Give me your usually exasperated side. Come on now. Go on. Give me your best good grief and then hurl me out the window.
Yeet.
That's gay, bruh. Yeah, you're getting it. You get it. You get it.
Oh, come on, please. Show me some disappointment. Master?
What the
When the wood panel he was using as a canvas and the charcoal in his hand crashed to the hard chapel floor, the clattering was so loud I jumped. I didn't have the presence of mind to wonder why he had knocked over the canvas, or why his hands appeared to be shaking. Let me help you with that. I stepped towards him. And when I did, the moonlight shining down upon us intensified. In our gazes of Jade and Ruby, intertwined.
Jesus.
Argo, shut up! You are not allowed to say anything!
What do you mean?
There was a visible rosiness in his ethereally pale cheeks. Not in this drawing.
Wrong drawing, artist. Wrong drawing.
Master? Flickers of panic darted beneath the surface of his normally stony red eyes. They were trembling as he looked over at me. I was at a loss for words. Oh my god, obese rats!
Obese rats.
We must have been under the moon's spell. We weren't thinking. Stood alone in a frozen world, robbed of all rational thought. Riding in the moonlight's current, his hand fell against my cheek. It was much colder than I expected, but it felt pleasant on my flushed skin. As we drew closer, I could feel the warmth emanating from his body, and I'm sure he could feel mine. The beating of my heart, too. His breathing stopped for a moment, then he gulped. He brought his head in. He closed my eyes and... Oh. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Then I shoved him away with all my strength. Oh. Michelle rolled back, knocked his head on the side of a pew, and began groaning in pain, which is when I finally realized what I had done. What have you done, Giselle? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Sorry. You startled me. I really, truly didn't mean to knock you down. You should go back to your room. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you tonight. What? Get some rest. Good night. He turned away, marching off into the corridor and shrouded in darkness. Bruh. Yeah, I kind of figured, like, trauma doesn't just, like, end that quickly, you know?
There was a heavy air of loneliness hanging over him, which gave rise to phantom images of him actually disappearing into the darkness. I had caused that, but I hadn't realized until it was too late. I felt like someone was sitting on my chest. Why would I ever do that to him? Of course I'm going to hurt him reacting like that. Maybe I was hoping he would say it was just one of his jokes. Do I want it to be a joke? I had that option. I could pretend... I could pretend nothing ever happened and tomorrow go back to the way things were before. But if I did that, there would almost certainly never be a second chance. You were okay with it. You wanted it, Giselle. Quit lying to yourself. You're the one who said you loved him. And that was no mistake. You wouldn't sit shoulder to shoulder and read a book with someone you didn't care for. You wouldn't enjoy eating supper with someone you didn't like. You wouldn't be able to live happily with someone you didn't love. You have to go after him. Find him and tell him the truth.
Aww. What am I doing, for God's sake? I'm not in my right mind. Something about me was off today. I couldn't control myself. I was saying things I didn't mean, doing things I didn't intend to. I never meant to do that. But at this point I had no choice but to admit my feelings. I couldn't pretend I didn't know what they were anymore. How long had I felt this way? A week? A month? 6 months? Or maybe. We are so close but not romantically. Lol. Yeah, like, nobody was being fooled by that. A full year? Had they already developed when we started anew? No, the when didn't matter. It didn't change the facts. I was still attracted to her, regardless of when it had begun. But she pushed me away, quite literally. I sighed at myself. Why should I be disappointed? She was nothing like me. I was reclusive and unsociable. She was the exact opposite. Like, I feel like he should know why she pushed him away. That it isn't actually about him. Right? That it has nothing to do with him. That she's still recovering. Like, that a year of good stuff doesn't just change the fact that she was assaulted twice. Like, well, I mean, more than just twice, but assaulted many times by 2 different people, you know? Like, she was the kind of person who would confidently tell someone how she felt. And she'd done exactly that. Said I was like a brother. Come on! You really buy it? But I hadn't listened. As a matter of fact, could I have been any more presumptuous? I don't deserve to love anyone. It's better this way. Master! I told you to go back to your room. Master, I need you to listen to me, okay? What? About what just happened. That doesn't count. You can't count any of that. Huh? That I said I loved you and that I shoved you. They don't count. Wait, I was planning to forget that anyway. So don't worry. No, that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that is not something I should have said on a whim just because the moonlight was kind of pretty tonight. It wasn't supposed to be so casual. The way I said it doesn't get across at all how much I really care about you. It should have been something with more impact rather. Me looking you straight into your eyes, my heart jumping around like it's on fire. That's how I should have said it. The rats are back. What are you... I'm saying, I want you to give me one more chance to do it right. Giselle. Calm yourself. Respect yourself.
Respect yourself.
I am calm. In no sense of the word are you calm.
Fine then, I am not calm, but I am clear-headed. I mean every last word. Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much I feel like my heart is gonna explode.
What? I can just imagine him looking like a fish out of water, like...
No, like family.
You mean like family? Like a brother, right?
Romantic love! Romantic!
She's just like shaking him by the shoulder.
like Fast and Furious family.
She's just like pulling on his hair and shit, like, listen!
Oh,
What?
So you mean like in Rome?
Gay?
But you need to know something, I'm a
They
man.
have gay energy. They have gay energy.
I wasn't upset back there. I was elated.
What? My mind couldn't keep up with what it was hearing. Half out of breath where she stood. Giselle was frantically insisting that she loved me. I love you like an obese rat. Was I dreaming?
Master?
How do you...
I would like to hear how you feel about me. Assuming I interpreted that correctly, you were going in for a kiss back there, right?
No.
Right? So I can take that as your answer?
No.
Giselle looked up at me with bleary eyes. She had feelings for me.
Atashi.
Atashi.
It was a miracle. I could hardly breathe. It felt like someone had stuck their hand in my chest and was squeezing my heart. I just had to say yes, and a smile would spread across her face. It could bring her joy, and all it would take was a single word. I had no reason to say no. My happiness was standing right there in front of me. What more could I ask for? All I had to do was reach out and claim it for myself.
And cheapers.
I tried to do exactly that in the chapel, and I could do it again. I loved her. I was a twisted man, cast out of the world and left with nothing. I had no way to make her happy, but still Don't tell me you've forgotten what you are.
Tell me!
Tell him, Nagi.
Yeah, I'm assuming that was the witch's voice. Probably. There's no moonlight to give me that nudge. Do not feel that way about you.
What?
I got confused for a moment. I apologize for the misunderstanding that seems to have caused. All the color drained from her, like a flower wilting before my eyes. A heavy sigh spilled from her lips. Her jade eyes swayed lifelessly back and forth. I hadn't thought mere love could possibly have such weight, but she looked as though I had just told her she was to be executed.
I see. I'm sorry. I let it get to my head. Sorry for making such a racket. Really, God, what was I thinking? I got way ahead of myself there.
Her fox energy hurt to watch. It hurt her, and this is the result. You wanted to protect yourself, even if it meant hurting her. But look what that got you. You would have been better off just going with it. Because when she learned the truth, she would have pushed you away anyway.
I'm sorry. I'll be going now. Sorry for barging in on you like that.
She made her way into the shadows toward the door.
There, you did it. You preserved your peace.
I got the feeling she would never again turn back.
Your mistake was ever getting close to anyone.
What I'd always wanted was right there in front of me, and I was so close to obtaining it.
And you pushed her away.
I actually did love her.
She would never love the real you. No, she couldn't.
You're disgusting. Can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me. Oof. They have perfectly incompatible life stories. Isn't that hilarious?
Good night, Master.
She was leaving. I wanted her here, and she was leaving. I simply had to acknowledge my feelings, and she would come back. Was I really content to let her go? In my weakness, I mistreated her. I hurt her. I let her go, and I was about to lose her. Even though she said she loved me, and I felt the same way. Wait, please don't go.
Your voice is shaking like a scared child's. What are you hoping to tell her like that?
She was different. She was probably... No, she absolutely was nothing like anyone in my past.
She won't be any different.
I decided I would try just one more time. To believe in myself and to believe in someone else. I lied. Giselle, from the bottom of my heart,
You'll regret this.
No, I won't. I sincerely love you. Aww. Mwah. The fragrance of rose enveloped me. Her arms wrapped around my chest were both imbued with strength and shaking like mad. As still the slightest touch might shatter them. Aww!
They'll be rats.
No. Why didn't you just say that in the first place? She said in a quavering, sniveling voice just inches from my ear. Yo, I know, right? I lack sufficient control over my mind or body to return her embrace or to run my hands through her hair or do anything more than support her weight. Stop playing with me, bruh! I know it. I'm sorry.
Jerk! Bully! Brute! You don't get to play this one off as a joke.
I'm truly, sincerely sorry.
You've given me two different stories. Tell me, which one's the truth? Are you just confused, or do you actually love me? I want to hear you say it again.
The truth is, I love you.
Again!
I love you.
Without fumbling this time!
I love you, as I've said several times now.
Not good enough! Again!
Like
What
you
are
made
you,
it.
his acting coach? Have mercy, please. I'm about to die of humiliation. Bruh.
Can I really believe you this time? You're not gonna say you were lying again?
No, I won't.
Ah! Why are you bonking me?
Nice.
Then,
We both feel the same way about each other.
shockingly enough,
What is there to be shocked about?
I didn't think there was anything likable about me. Bonk Michelle. Okay.
Bonk! You really have to do something about that pessimism.
I'll try.
I'm in heaven. I'm so happy I could cry.
You are crying. You are all over me.
What?
Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. When you first said no, everything went black. I wasn't sure what I would do anymore. I had lost all hope.
I really, really do feel bad about that.
But you had a change of heart. Now you're willing to have me.
Yes,
And everything I bring with me.
that was the idea.
Absolutely everything, right?
You're pushing that point rather hard.
Everything.
I have a request. It's something I don't think I could ask you anytime but now, while we're in the moment.
I'll do anything, as long as it's within my ability. Tell me, what is it?
Will you look at my naked body?
What? Ooh! Oh boy! She needs a bong too! She's getting the bong hammer too! Horny jail! Horny jail for both of them!
More specifically, my scars.
Everything, even my obese rats. He's already looking at them! They're
They're
already
already in the
there!
front. They're already
They're,
there.
li-
Like,
they're
yeah.
literally right here! Hello? Damn, she moves fast. Yeah.
You are gonna have to see them eventually. In which case, I would like that to be now.
A year ago, I had refused to look at her scars. I had been certain I wouldn't be able to accept what they represented. The abuse my father had subjected her to. If possible, I would have preferred never having to face that. But I, more than anyone, needed to know. It was my responsibility. I had to accept reality, not grimace or avert my eyes. I had to face up to what had been done to her. Okay. I couldn't bring myself to look at her as she hesitantly disrobed. The sound of her clothes rustling made me feel as though I was doing something incredibly improper. As much as I tried to feign calm, I was so tense my joints were practically creaking and my heart felt like it was being stepped on. Ouch. I feel like I'm made of stone.
I'm ready. You can turn around.
Turn
Alright.
around.
I'll count to 10. She's laughing at me.
I feel a whole lot better seeing you so nervous.
I'm turning around.
Okay.
I'm assuming that her head was tilted down just enough to keep me from making out her expression, but she couldn't hide the pink flush spreading across her cheeks. It contrasted well against her white, but not excessively pale skin, and as did her jet black hair.
Sorry, it's not anything nicer to look at.
In what way was this not a pleasant sight? Hello? My lady? Naked? Woo! Yay! I hope that Twitch won't get me for this one. Please don't. Please look away. Please look away. These are educational boobs.
This is
Please.
just a beast rats.
There are only rats on screen. Please, Twitch. I had never been more entranced by anything in my entire life. She was stunning. I had no measure of comparison, but I was certain the same sight of any other woman in the world would not have had the same effect on me. I could say as much with confidence, despite having never seen another woman nude. Hypnotized, I couldn't take my eyes off the gentle curves of her body. Were I more socially inclined, perhaps I could have told her she was pretty, which perhaps would have brought a sheepish smile to her face. Just rats, yeah. And though I wanted to, my throat was dry as dust, and all I could manage to produce were incoherent rasps. Please say something. I'm hideous, aren't I? I'm unclean. You're not hideous. You mean it? I mean it. Why would you think so? Because You're not unclean, none the slightest. You mean it? I do. Even seeing this? Giselle's eyes slid downward, a trace of fear lurking just beneath the surface. Following her lead, I dropped my gaze to her lower body, and there I saw her scars. Swollen, red and black ashes, still not healed after more than a year, defiled her white flesh. As she had described for me, the lines were arranged to form letters carved into her skin. So that's why she said I would have to see them eventually. My instinct told me these were wounds she would carry for the rest of her life. I felt nauseous, heartbroken, infuriated. At the fact that the person who had done this was out of my reach. The fact that I could do nothing for her. What went through my father's mind when he looked at these? What did he gain from giving her these wounds? Why did he have to do this to her? Why my father, of all people? Giselle was the one with the scars. Giselle was the one in pain. But I felt like someone had shoved a handful of needles into my chest. Dozens of thick metal stakes piercing the walls of my heart, blood streaming through me like a river. If I didn't force myself to face it, I was liable to run. What was the right thing to say? What was I supposed to tell her? As hard as I fought, I couldn't come up with an answer. All I came up with was intense frustration. It killed me that I couldn't take these scars from her. That I couldn't give my father a piece of my mind. You are in no way hideous, no matter what marks are left on your body. It took all I had to form that single sentence.
Thank goodness. I'm so glad to hear that. When I was down at that village, they said it didn't matter what they did to me because I was already dirty. It made me think I'd reached the point where I was so tainted, anyone could see it. I'm sorry.
Why should you apologize?
You were frowning really intensely. I thought I might have made you mad.
No, I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at my father, the villagers, and myself.
Just rats.
May I touch them?
You may.
My hands were trembling, but I knew I wouldn't be doing her any favors by hesitating. As soon as my fingertips brushed her skin, she shuddered. Oh, does it hurt?
No, there hasn't been pain in some time.
I could feel her trembling where I touched her. It didn't seem like it was going to subside anytime soon. Oh. So she began whimpering softly. Her lips moved as though she was trying to say something, but the best she managed was a few strained gasps. Tears had begun welling up in her eyes as well.
I feel like I'm in heaven right now, but I also kind of hate myself.
Feels like obese rat. No! Stop it, B! Don't bring up the obese rat incident right now!
But it does feel like obese.
Hate yourself, but why?
Because I can't stop shaking. I'm overjoyed to feel your touch, but I can't control my body. I know you're nothing like that, but I keep seeing flashes of you doing other things in my mind. It kills me that my body won't react the way I feel in my heart.
That's what trauma does to you. I was foolish to have ever thought these wounds might have healed. Just as scars remained on her body, so too did they remain in her heart. Unlike the physical wounds, though, the ones inside her seemed to still be raw and bleeding. She just did such a good job of acting normal that I had begun to think she might have gotten past them. Of course not, you blind fool. You shoved me back there because it brought back those memories.
That's right. I'm sorry. I'm really, truly sorry.
Why are you apologizing? I should be the one. Do you have any desire to place a curse on him?
What?
Do you want to curse Antonin? If you so desire, I might be able to make it happen. Cast a curse on him, perhaps even a fatal one.
I...
Ignore the fact that he's my father. I don't consider that man family anymore. I mean, to be fair, this was the man that wanted him dead. Like, he had not much reason to love his father in the first place. I'm sorry. It's okay, B, it's just funny. We're not talking about the obese rat incident right now. I want you to be honest with me. If, hypothetically...
You do be obese, though.
Such a thing were possible. Do you want to curse him?
Just no curse.
No.
I also want to curse it.
I would
Please.
not want that.
Oh, come
Oh,
on.
why not? You have every right to take revenge. For what that man did, he deserves punishment. He inflicted so much pain on you. You're still shaking more than a year later. And you could just let him get away with it out of the goodness of your heart? Hypothetically, if you wanted to curse him, I
wouldn't do it even hypothetically. And not out of the goodness of my heart. I'm just a coward.
A coward?
If curses were real and he were to die by one, then I would never, ever be able to forget. If my resentment for him took his life, that would mean he had damaged me so permanently I was never able to get past it. I don't want that. I want to be able to forget. I'm still shaking now, but one day I want to be able to proclaim proudly that it no longer has any control over me. But I appreciate the sentiment. Setting aside your choice of method, you asked out of concern, and that's more than enough for me.
A soft smile spread across her lips, but all it inspired in me was powerlessness. She was putting on an act. Was the sentiment really more than enough? Of course not. I wish she was still trembling so much. But what was I to do? What was I? Unable to leave this house and helpless against the will of the Ballingers to do. I was incapable of assuaging her pain, wasn't I? I couldn't do anything, could I? Before I throw in the towel, I need to take some real time to think. To stop running from the problem. To figure out a real way to give her what she wants. That doesn't involve curses and angry words. That has to be something only I can do. Giselle. I took the hand that had been tracing her scars and slid it around her waist. Even now her trembling showed no signs of abating. I will never... The one thing I could do, hurt you again, was to wrap her trembling body in my arms. Aww. I want you here with me. All I ask of you for now is to be at my side. You can be scared and you can quiver, but please don't apologize for it. Please don't feel bad about it. I promise not to turn my head away from your pain. So I ask of you, try not to keep it buried. Aww. I have no power or influence. I don't know all the right things to say. I'm a man with nothing to his name. But the one thing I do have is a heartfelt desire to do whatever I can for you. As soon as I tightened my grip around her waist, she lurched forward, throwing her arms around me. Aww. Muffled whimpers resonated against my shoulder where she had buried her head. Eventually they grew into unfettered sobs. Aww. And my bedchamber was enveloped in the sound of weeping. She cried like a little child. The usually strong-willed, cheerful, optimistic Giselle wailed from the depths of her soul. The past year, she's constantly been nudging me forward. It was always her leading the way. There had undoubtedly been moments where she had wanted to cry like this, but couldn't. So, starting now, I was gonna try and support her too. I was sure I would mess something up, as I had little experience being caring. I'd probably anger her, probably stress her out, and probably make her cry. But I'd found my resolve. I'd overcome my hesitation. I was sure I could do it. That I could create a place where she could find peace. I should surely... Giselle didn't stop crying until the sun had begun peeking over the horizon. I had, as I said, not looked away, simply holding her in silence. She had a decidedly not childlike frame, but she seemed incredibly small in my arms. We felt each other's warmth through my clothes. Between sniffles, Giselle said softly,
It's for real estate.
One day, I'm certain, I'll be able to, without any hesitation. He'll probably join with you, and it'll be wonderful. Right now, I still can't control this shaking, but eventually, I want to be able to put my hands on you, too.
The affection infused in each and every word was palpable. Aww. Some time later, she drifted off to sleep, exhausted. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that at least tonight she would have pleasant dreams. Oh, my babies. I want to just pet. Oh, babies. My little babies. I need something to stop myself from uncontrollably sobbing too. Morning.
I'm sorry.
Afternoon? Yeah. Master! Woo! Oh, I'm sorry, B. Hey, you're falling on my head. Ah!
Num num num.
Num num.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, come on. Put a little oomph into it.
Same Giselle as always.
I must say, last night was something, Master. I didn't know you had that in you. Just thinking about it. Ow! Hey, that hurt! What was that for?
I was struck with an insatiable urge to whack you.
Whatever happened to your heartfelt desire to do whatever you can for me? I don't think hitting me counts.
You're tough enough to get over a little bonk. Bonk.
You're being so nice yesterday. Where did that go?
So, would you like to explain why you're making dirty jokes first thing in the morning?
Yeah, just... I was trying to lighten the mood, so I hide my embarrassment.
Fair enough. Alright, but could you not joke about that in the future? I didn't actually do anything to you.
No, you didn't. Sorry. Say, could I ask you something?
Yes.
You hardly ever use my name. It makes us feel so distant. Could you do something about that, maybe?
No.
Babe? No. That is not you at all. Just go with my name, please.
Babe.
We've graduated from a master-servant relationship to a romantic relationship, but that is a bit much.
Romantic relationship.
Exactly, so, in honor of the new us, let's make this last, alright, Michelle?
Alright. Babe. I know.
Babe.
At the time, the light that had entered our life seemed unreal and fantastical, but I prayed that it would indeed last. In hope of an equally bright future, I allowed myself to rejoice in the moment, letting the unconquered shadows that lurked in my peripheral remain unseen. Ooh.
Ooh, spoopy.
It is a little spoopy.
Ah.
Oh. What's the maid? Hello, maid.
I used to be a maid.
Blackness consumes the once colorful space. Giselle still stands before me, as she did within the door, but I struggle to reconcile the two scenes. They are both real. They are both her. The lively, spunky girl of the past and the lifeless girl of the present are both Giselle. As different as they seem, they are both her.
Why don't we stop there? It was a wonderful story. They overcame their troubles and lived happily ever after. Is that not good enough? It could not be worse than where we are now. All we have to do then is erase the now. Throw everything away and start over from where it was better.
You were able to bear them because they weren't your tragedies. And that goes for more than just me. Actually, as a matter of fact, those words apply even better to her than me.
The ending is already set in stone. It's already happened. What point is there in watching it again? All that accomplishes is making me relive it all.
The ending has not been written. We are both here now, which means our end still lies ahead of us.
Then, can I ask you to promise not to let go of my hand, no matter what? No matter what happens, you mustn't let go of my hand.
Now I understand. That was a request, even if she didn't perceive it as such. In place of a verbal response, I squeeze her hand in mine. I know where this tale is heading. Toward tragedy. All the other doors we visited ended in tragedy, and ours is no exception. But perhaps what's waiting at the end of this one is even more dire than I imagined. The door to our past swings open once more, behind which lies the end of me and the beginning of her.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm assuming that we're gonna start getting into like the reincarnation thing at some point.
Ooh.
A month had passed since the night with the rose. Right on schedule, the monthly delivery arrived, but in it was a letter that would dramatically change our lives. My father, Antonin, had fallen ill and died. Yay! Sorry.
God damn it, Antonin.
Woo! I do not have my... Where's my party horn? I can't find it. Oh, never mind. There we go. Imitating a party horn. I hope you enjoy it. I presumed it was the witch's doing, but she was silent, refusing to respond to my questions. If it wasn't her, then he must have died naturally. It seemed more than a little tasteless to celebrate someone's death, but good taste and reality do not always agree. I was extremely relieved to hear the news. The man had raped Giselle. He had tried to have me killed. And now he was gone from this world. I had been waiting for this moment for years. His passing had another effect as well. My death could be revoked. Many years ago, my brother had told me that when he succeeded our father, he would welcome me back to the Ballinger estate, and I could be part of the family once more. Which meant this letter signaled the end of my banishment. Not sure how to feel about it?
Yeah. Rejoicing doesn't really seem appropriate. But this means you can return home now, right?
In theory. My brother is set to take control of the estate. He should be accommodating. I'm going to write a letter and have them send us a carriage. It's much too long a distance to walk.
Alright. I'm excited. What should we do first when we get back to the capital? Ooh, I know. How about you stop by my place? My mom and sister won't believe their eyes. That I landed such a hunk.
Honk, honk.
Honk honk. My time in this mansion was almost at its end. The future I had only vaguely envisioned was now within my reach. I had always spoken of this moment predicated with eventually, like it was some kind of unobtainable fantasy. But now it was practically a reality. I realized I hadn't actually given it much thought.
Hey, are you still awake?
I am.
Not a great night for sleeping, huh? Are you thinking about your family?
It all seems so surreal.
Yeah, it does. This house is like a desert island cut off from the world, which makes everything feel kind of like a fairy tale sometimes. Even what we have.
From time to time, I get the feeling that nothing is real. That the outside world is just a figment of my imagination. That my entire life only ever existed within these walls.
Are you nervous?
Maybe I am. I always thought that when this day arrived, it would be more cathartic. I'm sorry. I'm finally able to take you back to the capital, and I can't seem to get past my own negativity.
It's only natural to be nervous. I am too. I haven't spent nearly as long as you living in this mansion. But I know how you feel, because I feel the same way. Not knowing what the future holds, it's scary. You know, I was thinking, I'd be okay with staying. I mean, I would love to return to the capital, and I miss my family dearly. But even if I never get to see them again, in no way would I consider myself unhappy. I honestly think I've got a pretty wonderful life.
If you're not comfortable going back to that house, and you're just saying you'll endure it for me, Giselle, there are other paths we can take. You could live with your family, or you could remain here in the mansion.
Not at all, no. I want to. No matter where I go, you'll be there with me, Michelle. It's true, I am nervous not knowing what the future holds. But not in a scared something bad might happen kind of way. It's not a jittery, excited anxiousness. I'm confident the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles might come our way. Blah, blah, blah. I am dying. Hello.
Hi, dying.
No whisperings, no whisperings. Together, we can create an even more wonderful future.
Don't worry, Michelle.
The future is nothing to be afraid of. You make it sound like I'm paralyzed with fear.
But you are, aren't you? Hey now, don't give me that look.
Once again, she's the one pushing me forward. I will make sure you have a good, happy life.
Thank you.
What?
Nothing. I'm feeling kind of sentimental, thinking about how we've only got a little time left here. It wasn't perfect, but it was an important part of my life.
Indeed.
Say,
Yes.
well, I think I could handle it right now, probably.
It.
Oh, use your head, you little.
She's like taking out like a sledgehammer from under the bed. I don't follow.
Right. How can you be so dense? I mean, touching and so forth. Take the next step. I'm saying, I'm feeling up for it right now. Do you hear me, sir?
You want to go on the bed or what?
It's not proper for a woman to bring up that subject, is it?
And he's like, oh, I get it. Pillow fights, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I did kind of ask you to wait. And I feel bad leading you on for so long. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're shaking.
I'm just really emotional, that's all.
You don't need to force yourself if you're not ready. I can wait as long as you need. Besides? Never mind. I swear to God, there's something I need to know. What?
Yes?
It's fine. There's no need to rush things. At this point, it's like, is he the one stalling instead of her? Like, that's what it feels like,
I think
You don't need to worry. Yeah, right?
Because we know what to expect, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I don't even think it even needs verbalizing.
Yeah.
I wrote 2 letters. One to my brother, and one to my mother. One so Giselle could return, and one so I could be myself. To demonstrate who I was. I had to prove that I was not cursed. For failing to do that would not only bring her grief, it might become the final crack in the identity I had built up for myself. I had to convince her that I was neither demon nor angel, but a human man who had fallen in love with a human woman.
You're a fallen angel! Oh, God damn it.
However, I was too foolish to realize that the future I envisioned was nothing but a fantasy. Had I been able to grasp that, then maybe I could have taken her somewhere far away, where no one knew who we were, where things might have turned out differently. You could have worn sunglasses so no one could see your eyes, and then, it would have been fine.
It's been really foggy out lately. I'd rather we left when it was clear.
What the fuck?
It would be terrible if the coachman rolled the carriage because he couldn't see where we were going.
No.
If there wasn't so much fog, I would probably have been able to see little columns of orange evening sunlight finding their way through the trees, but the milky white mist seemed to swallow up all the light, leaving nothing for the surrounding area. It was rather dreary weather. I wonder when they'll be here. Although, if they never do show up, that's okay too. I was finally able to return to the capital with Michelle, to see my family again. And that was wonderful. It was like a dream come true. But it wouldn't disappoint me if it didn't end up happening. I didn't care where I ended up, as long as Michelle was there with me. That's all that matters. I should probably close the windows. The coach isn't likely to show up at night, I don't think. I reached my hand out to shut a window, which is when I saw something wavering beyond the heavy mist. Light? And it wasn't just the one. Looking closer revealed several more flickering spots. They moved up and down, slowly but rhythmically. As more and more came into view, my mind began seeing them as people carrying torches.
Yeah.
They're coming this
It's a
way?
picnic.
Could they be our escorts back to the capital? No. What?
As soon as the thought there sure are a lot popped into my head, something whisked past my cheek.
What? Huh? What was... Huh? What?
It was an arrow. Giselle!
What? Ah!
The arrow had flown through the window and pierced the opposite wall. A Michelle not knocked me out of the way. Giselle! Giselle! Are you okay?
I am fine.
But
What's going on?
Never mind that. Right now we need to run.
Huh? Wait, Michelle!
Now! There's no time to talk. Stay out of sight of the windows.
You got it!
He grabbed my hand and broke into a run. A relentless storm of arrows showered through the windows we had worked so hard to get open a year ago. This wasn't what we had gone through all that effort for. Once I opened the front door, run! We have to get as far from this house as quickly as we can.
What was happening? Why did we have to run? Why were those people firing arrows at us?
With the wave of questions came a wave of fear. I couldn't say anything. The sheer terror had frozen my jaw in place. Get ready! I nodded, squeezing his hand tight. I knew it would just be another obstacle to his safe escape, but I didn't want to let go of his hand. I was afraid that if I did, I would never be able to hold it again. Oh dear. Are you alright?
I'm fine. But how? There are people out front too?
Oh, damn it, why? Several arrows were sticking out of the floor before us, beyond the door, which Michelle had managed to shut almost immediately, rang a cacophony of whoosh, thump, whoosh, thump.
We can't escape? Why? What's going on?
Damn it! With a deep scowl, Michelle barred the door, and all the while the arrows kept flying. The panic in the air kept growing thicker.
I don't understand. How did they... Only a handful of people even know about this place. This is all my fault. It's because I told the villagers about this place. They think a demon lives here, not a human. So they're here to tear down the house. They made weapons, bows, just for this.
I don't...
Ah!
There was a deep rumble and the ground below us shook. I almost fell to the floor. They're trying to break down the door, it seems.
Michelle, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Because of what I did.
No.
What?
It's not your fault, it's mine.
Michelle?
I challenged her. And because I did, she made my curse real.
What are you talking about, Michelle?
Oh god. This way, run! Michelle dragged me through the mansion's corridors until we reached the chamber with the stained glass window. At the far end of the room sat a small door.
Where does it lead?
I had been aware of the door's presence, but I had never gone inside it. Something about it seemed somewhat different than the rest of the house. I wasn't sure how to describe it exactly, but it felt like shadows had taken root here. The observation tower.
A tower? But if we go up there, we're putting ourselves in a corner.
It doesn't matter where we go, they have us trapped. But there's a chance that up there... He didn't finish that thought, however. He opened the door, leading me into the tower. His face deathly pale. Yeah, I was thinking like... I was assuming there would be kernels of truth in the original version of the story, so I was like, okay, when is the tower? When is the tower coming, you know? I was just waiting for that. We started running again, around and around the spiral staircase, making our way toward the top. In regular intervals along the wall were rectangular windows. A layer of fog still lay thick across the land. Peering out into it made me feel like we had been thrown into a dream world. If it weren't for the orange spots of torchlight surrounding the mansion. The silhouettes holding the torches.
Is that armor?
Appeared to be knights.
Michelle, tell me. Why do you think this is your fault? What is your curse? Your curse? It isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there?
Michelle's gaze was firmly directed forwards as he frantically led me up the stairs. We were breathing hard, and the sound of it echoed against the tower's stone walls. Our panicked hearts were beating so hard, I was afraid they might be able to hear it outside. Eventually, we made it to the top. A pile of discarded rope lay unceremoniously at the foot of a door, presumably once used to seal it shut. The door itself was deeply weathered and rotting up in places. It had obviously been left sitting in disrepair even longer than Michelle had lived here.
What is this?
Inside. Frigid air nipped at my skin, and it wasn't a pleasant, refreshing kind of cool, but a bitter, oppressive cold. This room felt unlike any other in the mansion.
This is an observation tower? You can't even...
There once would have been windows allowing you to see in all directions around the mansion, but all that remains now is that tiny opening near the ceiling. If we hide out here, then there's a chance they might not find us.
Ah!
Sounds like they broke down the door. Don't worry, they won't find us. And when they give up their search, then we can get out of here. I'm sure it will all turn out alright. Michelle's voice was quivering, as was his hand in mine.
Michelle.
We huddled together, feeling each other's warmth in our arms. My free hand clenched his shirt for dear life. I'm sorry.
What?
I'm to blame for this. It's my fault you're in this mess. The pain you had to experience, your being sent to this place, and what's happening now can all be traced back to my being born. I'm so sorry.
What was he apologizing? Why did he insist this was his fault? Why wouldn't he tell me what his curse was? Why were people trying to kill us? Right. Those people were trying to kill us. Putting it into words like that made the fear that much more real. The arrows they fired weren't threats. They meant to kill us. Michelle. But with Michelle trembling in my arms, I couldn't bring myself to ask those questions. What meaning would those answers even have with death lurking so close behind us? All I could do was pray. Pray that he was right, that they wouldn't find us and that we would be able to escape. However...
Over here! Sure, you can do it.
Over here! There's a door! And stairs leading up!
My hopes were shattered by the sound of voices from below. I could hear faint clanking of armor. Our grips on each other tightened, and our trembling intensified. Fear swelled within the tower, making us its slaves.
Giselle.
We were both terrified. And who wouldn't be? Fairy tale heroes could be magically courageous in the face of overwhelming danger, but they weren't real. The fear of my impending death, drawing nearer and nearer with each passing moment, almost drove me to madness. I couldn't think clearly. My heart was having trouble keeping up. My head was a big white mess.
Diddly doodly dang it.
We were supposed to return to the capital, start a new life, finally obtain our happiness. It was right there at our fingertips. Enough happiness to make up for Michelle's 10 years of isolation, and enough to erase that nightmare from my memory forever. What have we done to have that taken away from us? We just loved each other and wanted a quiet life together, nothing outrageous. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die! But what scared me the most is being separated from Michelle. Hey, Michelle. What are those people really doing here?
Hey.
If what they're after is money or valuables, we can offer them everything in the mansion. We don't need any of it. If they don't want us to return to the capital, we can tell them we'll stay here. They might be willing to talk it over. I don't care if I lose everything else. As long as I have you, I can survive anywhere.
All that mattered was that we had our lives. So long as the two of us still breathed. But... Go on.
Death! Death to the unholy one! Death to the heretic! Death to the witch!
Despair hung over us like the fog outside.
There were no heretics, no witches, no unholy ones here. But they would probably never listen to us. The moment we stepped outside of this room, we would be dead, no matter what we said. Michelle, I'm alright. It's okay, Michelle. I'm not scared. You're here with me after all. I'm fine. It's all fine. So please hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me.
Finally you speak.
Michelle?
He wasn't looking at me though. His unfocused eyes were directed upward, not toward any particular point but wandering aimlessly. His purplish lips appeared to move as though he was speaking, but no sound came out.
Hey, Michelle? Are you alright? Come back to me, Michelle!
I grabbed him by the shoulders and shook, but he didn't even seem to notice. No matter how many times I called to him, he didn't look down from the emptiness above.
Michelle!
Giselle. Finally, after far too long, his gaze slowed down to meet mine. He looked defeated, exhausted, and cornered all at once.
I was scared too, but his fear seemed to have consumed him entirely. Please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. I never thought I would find anyone who truly understood me, who would be happy to have my love. And for that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me. Michelle. You, Giselle. You delivered me from the darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless, that it didn't matter if I lived or died. But now I can't stop shaking. That's perfectly normal. I'm scared to death too, but what scares me most is losing you. Michelle. I should have noticed. Noticed his arms were tensing up. Noticed and stopped him. So please, allow me to repay you. I said I would do anything for you, so let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. So give me one final chance. Yeah. He goes... Michelle! Yeah, he locks her in there. What are you doing? Get back in here, Michelle! Why? The door! I can't open it! I shoved on the door, trying to go after him. But it wouldn't budge even the slightest bit. It was as though there had never been a door there at all, merely a wall disguised as one. It wasn't someone holding it shut from the other side, either. I pushed and pulled with all of my might, but I couldn't even manage to eke out the tiniest crack. Michelle! Michelle! What did you do to the door? Come on, get back in here! I don't want to lose you either. Say something, Michelle. You're out there, aren't you? Please, please don't do anything rash. They're gonna kill you if you're out there. Giselle, the witch told me. What? That she would ensure your safety. Michelle, she isn't real. There's no witch talking to you. It's all in your head. A figment of your imagination, created to alleviate your loneliness. Rest assured, she does not lie. Michelle! Please listen. Please listen. You're a wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited true to yourself, deeply sympathetic. You're not to blame for how difficult your life has been. Most of the fault lies with me and a bit of bad fortune. But that's all behind you now. Once this is over, you can start anew. What are you talking about? So, survive. Live a good, fulfilling life. Move past this. Live your life and always love your family. I know you can do it. That is my wish for you. No, I don't want that. I want to be with you. No one else but you. I don't want to let you die.
There it is. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic.
Let's go.
Death to the heretic.
Get back in here, Michelle. Open the door. If my choice is to live on without you, I'd rather...
Your scars will heal. You'll find a nice man and have a wonderful family.
Why?
Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light to my world.
Don't say that.
But if there is a next life, I hope you don't mind if I pray we're able to meet again. That we find each other once more in another world.
Oh boy.
Michelle!
Michelle. It is our holy duty as the Knight of the Church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who made the pact with the devil.
Come on, Michelle!
Come on!
Open the door!
No! You are sentenced to death, your body to be hanged upon the cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your unholy flesh shall be purified by the fires of heaven.
Why, what are you doing here?
Open the door! Michelle, please! Listen to me! You can hear me out there, can't you?
You shall now be executed. Do you have any
I'm wondering
final
if
words?
I'm wondering if this is his brother.
You know, right?
Yeah, who is it you're sentencing to death? Michelle Ballinger, or...
A demon child, naturally. Or a witch, perhaps.
Please open the door! Why won't you open it? He isn't unholy or impure. He's a perfectly normal human, and a very sweet man. Yes, I'm the witch! The witch is in here! I'm the one you want to execute. Kill me. Execute me!
Now I see, Giselle. This world.
Kill him. Ow!
So many blades pierce my flesh. A sword in my chest, lances in my arms and shoulders, arrows in both of my legs. I could hardly even tell what hurt anymore. There was an unpleasant sound in the tower. It was like a heavy rain. It was the sound of my blood spilling onto the stone. Red. It was red, just like anyone else's blood. It didn't flow into unnatural patterns. It didn't turn into black demonic shadows. It didn't cause anyone who touched it harm. It was just ordinary red blood. Regardless, this body was probably still cursed. Ouchie. It had to be. Yeah. I couldn't hear Giselle's voice anymore. I hoped she was safe and alive. I prayed that at least she would be protected, that the witch would keep her promise. Ugh, it was getting dark. Light was quickly departing from my world. Darkness everlasting dragged me down into its pits. I believed in you. Yeah, it's his brother.
Michelle? Michelle! Hey, say something! Talk to me! Hey, what's going on? What's going on here? This can't be happening. An impossibly heavy thought came from beyond the door, and with it, Michelle fell silent. Then intermittent squelching sounds as something slid down the door. Oh, no, this can't be. Why? Oh. I pounded on the door with all my strength, but it still refused to give. The skin on my hands eventually growing raw and beginning to seep blood. Why? Why should Michelle have to be killed? Tell me why. Take me with you. Please don't leave me behind. The man isn't a witch. He isn't cursed. I'm cursed, not him. So don't hang him. Don't humiliate him like that. Kill me instead. Please. Again and again and again I pounded on the door. But the self-described knight at the other side seemed to not even be aware of my presence. I mean, I think this at least confirms that the witch is definitely real. Because, like, yeah, otherwise there would be no logical reason that Giselle would be safe right now. Can we agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
That whoever this witch is, she's definitely real. Seems to not even be aware of my presence. They seem unable to hear my cries. Their armor clanking with each step, they began to descend the staircase. And with it, I could hear the sound of something slowly being dragged across the floor. No! Don't take him away! Stop! Don't take Michelle away from me! I'm begging you! But my pleas were in vain. My hope was for naught. The knights took him away. Took him somewhere out of my reach. For all eternity. Don't take him away from me! Makes sense. Michelle. After much too long, the door swung open all on its own. It happened so unceremoniously, it was hard to believe I had actually been trapped inside. I had no idea how much time had passed, but the chill in the air suggested it was deep into the night, and with the biting cold, there was the stench of blood. Oh. Why? Why? Michelle. I never wanted this. Oh. You didn't understand at all, Michelle. You didn't know the depth of my feelings for you. You didn't know how intensely I wanted you. How fervently I loved you. I was never going to be able to find someone else. And live happily with them. It had to be you. The thought of anyone else touching me terrified me. You just didn't understand. I don't want to live in this stupid world. The time I spent with you truly was the happiest time of my life. Ooh. We're still gonna keep going. Okay. We're back here. We're back here. Just checking for mutterings of the witch, you know. I remember everything now. You died on that day. You were killed. You disappeared from this world and left me behind. That's right.
I remember. I remember the pain, the agony of death, and the fear. I did indeed die that day. You refused to listen to me. Do you have any idea how it felt? To feel you dying from the other side of that door? Giselle, I wanted you to take me with you. Is this what you so wanted to see? My memories, the traces of my life on this earth, end there. In order to find your truth, we need more of the story. Very well then. If you want more story, I will tell you more. What comes next is both a continuation and a brand new tale. The Maid's Tale.
You okay?
Yeah. Why?
You're just popping a lot
Oh no.
with your
Yeah.
mic. You just
Yeah, but
like.
but does it sound okay?
Yeah, it sounds okay. Just sometimes it sounds like you freaking blow on it. Like.
Strange.
Mhm.
Okay, I try not to do that. I don't know what it is, but I'll try not to do it. When you've heard it all, I expect you to commend me for not forgetting how to smile. We haven't completely cut through the darkness yet. An arctic wind blows past me. At the same time, I'm gripped with an overwhelming urge to break it down into tears. Perhaps this is the solitude she felt for so long. I have to face this. I have a responsibility to her to do so. And have to atone for being such a misguided fool all those many years ago. Convinced that I was doing what was best. The moonlight spell, huh? 60 door. Door number 6, that's the one after number 5.
Wow,
Well,
you're so good.
10.99, huh?
Mm.
This is my tale and the Maid's Tale. A
The
tale of a
tale.
foolish, naive girl. Looking back on it now, I am ashamed of everything. But I will tell you my story in its entirety, without embellishments. I ask that you please not let go of my hand. The only things the nights left behind were a garment and a large pool of your blood. Blood had seeped into the fabric, and it was beginning to dry. When I clenched it in my hand, it made soft crackling sounds. The oppressive stench of death lingered in the tower. Michelle, there's no point in a life without you. You know that, right? Have a wonderful family? You know I can't do that. Hey, Michelle. Answer me. Come back to me. I don't care if it's as a ghost. I just need you here with me. Come back to me. Talk to me about nothing and about everything. Be irritated with me when I do something stupid. Scoff at me whenever I tell a bad joke. Trounce me at chess again. Put your arms around me one more time. Come on. I'm begging you. If you won't come back to me, then I'll go to you. I don't care if that's not what you wanted from me. This world without you is meaningless. Dying won't guarantee you get to see him again. He spends all this time refusing to talk to me, and when he finally does, he begs me to save his love. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Rather disappointing, to be honest. Who are you? Where are you? Quite daft, aren't you? Within these walls, I am everywhere. And you've heard of me before. What? I have no... Heavens, you are slow. Is that pretty head of yours only for decoration? What? But no, there's no one else. You might be thicker than these walls, my dear. Although, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You never did believe anything Michelle said about me. You thought he was going mad. This is brilliant. No, there's no way. can't be. The cursed witch Morgana?
Oh, you even know my name, do you? It would appear my legend has survived longer than I expected. I suppose I should thank all the humans who passed it down for me.
You actually exist?
I most certainly do, my dear. As I recall, you don't believe in the supernatural, do you? But it's hard to deny when that very witch is talking to you right this moment. Michel was not even slightly mad, my dear. I told him he was better off without his sanity, but he refused to listen. He wasn't deranged. His surroundings were. His environment, the people around him, his whole world. Can you imagine how dreadful that must have been? To be the only sane resident in a world gone utterly mad. It's a miracle he managed to keep his head. Remember what you said just before he died, my dear. You said it was all in his head. You said he couldn't tell the difference between illusion and reality. You said he had long since gone insane. Shouted it at the top of your lungs.
No, that's not what I meant.
Poor Michel. If only you had believed him about the witch. I feel bad for you too, though. You have my pity. What did you ever do to deserve this? Oh, just to be perfectly clear, I played no part in either your or Michelle's misfortune. The only force to blame for that is fate. You were a good, honest, joyful, lovable woman. And look how the world treated you.
May I ask you something? Was it you who sealed me in the tower?
Yes, it was. That was what Michel wanted. Once, I told him I would grant his wish. So I did as he asked. Though it looks like that ended up causing you even more pain. How tragic. So, you're planning to die? Are you hoping to reunite with him in heaven? The plan's destined to fail from the outset, my dear. God teaches us that suicide is a sin and you'll go to hell for it.
Then,
I will not kill you.
Why not?
Because I swore to Michel that I would save your life. Poor Giselle. If you have any other wish, I'll be happy to grant it. I can't bear to see you so miserable.
A wish.
You have but a single desire right now. To see him once more. Isn't that right, Giselle?
Are you saying you can make that happen? You'll bring him back to life for me?
The forces of life and death are outside of my realm. That is God's territory, or the angels. However, I can guarantee you this. His reincarnation, no, his reconstruction.
His reconstruction?
Yes, you can meet him again. Not in this life, but in some future life. Just imagine it. Finding your beloved again after overcoming so much tragedy. 10, 20, maybe 100 long years from now, you're finally reunited. Doesn't that sound marvelous? True unparalleled love in its purest form. What do you think?
Just because you can bring his soul back doesn't make it Michel. I want to be with him, that brusque, impenetrable, slightly immature, but gentle as a butterfly man. The man who sincerely, deeply loved me. If it's the same soul in a different body, can you still call him my Michel?
My apologies. You beat me to the punchline. And you did so with such ardor, you threw me off balance. You're exactly right. The idea that if your love is strong enough, you can both be reborn and have exactly the same relationship is utter fairy tale nonsense. You must be the same people to have the same love, which is why I'm not promising his rebirth or reincarnation, but his reconstruction. Your wish can become reality, Giselle. As long as you wish for it with all your heart, it can come true. If I'll wish for his reconstruction as well. You have a witch asking to make this happen, my dear, so you can be confident that it will bear fruit. And you wish for him to remain as himself. If he truly loves you, and he too wishes to reunite with you, your wish shall be granted.
Will you really wish with me?
I most certainly will, my poor, pitiful, dear Giselle.
I shall offer up my most heartfelt prayers for you. I'll wish for it. Until the moment of my death, I'll keep wishing for us to be reunited as the same people.
I can't guarantee your reconstruction, though.
What?
I only said I guaranteed his. Michelle's is the only reconstruction I will wish for. I will not ask for yours.
Why not?
You're not looking at a benevolent, wish-granting goddess or an angel with a magic bow and arrow. You're looking at a cursed witch.
And how am I to be with him again?
I can offer you but one option that would allow you to reunite with your reconstructed Michelle.
Tell me! What do I have to do?
You must live. Here, with me.
Live with you? What do you mean?
It was Michelle who resurrected me, but he could not serve as my guide. I have work to do, but I cannot do it alone. I need a guide to assist me. Because, as you can see, I have no body. If this house did not exist in this world, then perhaps I might be able to give myself form. My soul's form.
I don't understand anything you're saying.
You don't need to understand. All I need from you is for you to show your utmost hospitality to the people I'm expecting to show up at this mansion someday.
Entertain your guests?
That's right, my dear. Michelle isn't the only one whose reconstruction I'm wishing for. There are others. Several heinous sinners.
Oh.
So I want you to serve as a maid and watch over them when they arrive.
Yeah.
So they're sent here as their punishment. Yukimasa and
Yep.
and Jacopo and even the blonde children, they all
Yep.
lived here as a form of punishment. Perhaps because they sinned in a previous life. I see. So that's why the dear little blondie uwu boy couldn't have what he wanted. And until then, keep the house in good condition. I remember Nelly, but I don't remember the brother's name. I don't know why. Why do I remember Nelly's name? Wait. Don't say it. Don't say it. Wait. Fuck.
No, that's not correct.
I know. Nelly.
Nelly and...
And no, I'm blanking. I don't know. I have no idea.
You sure?
No, I'm really thinking. My head hurts.
Oh no.
Can you give me one hint?
One hint.
One hint.
It's really similar to Nelly.
Really similar to Nelly.
It's shorter.
Mel!
Yes!
Yes!
Mel and Nelly.
Yeah. No wonder I fucking forgot, man. That would blend together.
No.
Mel, yeah. Thank you.
What are you scheming?
Is there something you truly need to know, my dear? All you need to do is wish. Pray for the day your beloved appears before you again. And that's the white-haired girl, then. For the day he wraps his arms around you once more. But when that time had come, she'd already forgotten, basically. One word, Giselle. That's all I require. Do you want to see him again? Do you want to hear his voice again? I can promise you'll have your happiness back. What reason is there to hesitate? There isn't one. Are you simply going to give up? I wonder, what would happen if you said no? If you disappear from this world, how will Michelle react when he comes back? Will he be sad, angry, or will he forget about you and fall into the arms of another woman?
No, he can't.
Make up your mind. Will you come with me, or will you throw it all away?
If I had given it a little thought, I would have realized she was manipulating me. That she was just telling me what I wanted to hear. But I believed her. I accepted her proposition. As unbelievable as it sounded, my desire for it to be real overpowered everything. It was impossible not to grasp at the straw she was dangling in front of me. That was all I could do at the time. The witch's voice also had an inexplicable power to it. It made me believe, as outrageous as it was that she really could bring you back, reconstruct you. Maybe because I had seen her turn a door into an immovable wall, or maybe because I had heard her disembodied voice. But I don't think those are enough to explain it. My guess is she had me under her spell. That was the moment I became the maid. But I assure you, I was, at that point, still the same Giselle you knew and loved. The sound of the rain never seems to stop. Am I hallucinating it, maybe? From the moment I lent my ear to the witch's sweet temptation, the mansion underwent an unimaginable transformation. No light shone through the windows, despite them still being unobstructed. Not morning, day, or evening. In fact, the concepts of morning, day, evening did not seem to exist. The darkness resembled that of when the windows had all been sealed off, but there was something more fundamentally unreal about it. Like it was hovering over a vast, all-consuming abyss within a constant haze of malice. I felt like I had been cast into some unknown realm, and that was why there was nothing beyond the windows. And the house was not the only thing that underwent changes. I too was no exception. In the blink of an eye, all my basic human urges vanished. I stopped feeling hungry, and I no longer needed sleep. Naturally, I was bewildered by what was happening to me, what I was turning into. I think I'll take a look around. Maybe there have been other changes. So I meandered through the mansion's halls. My original intent was to explore the entire house, but I found myself drawn toward one room in particular. That's right, your bedchamber. There was no light, nor not a trace of color remaining in your chambers. But the bed was the same shape, the walls the same texture, the curtains the same design as when you had been alive. Michelle, I'm praying. I'm always praying that someday we'll meet again. Oh, there's something hidden under the bed. What could it be? It's that painting. I never did get to ask why he got so angry about me seeing this. I'm sure it's something he didn't want to be reminded of. Perhaps having to do with his family. It was right not pressing him about it though. What? Ah!
Oh, that's probably why. Do you think that's it?
Oh, what the? Did the painting just smirk at me? Oh god. Ah! Oh jeez, Giselle. What are you doing tripping over yourself? It's just that accursed witch messing with your head. No need to get spooked over its tasteless prank. When I stumbled, I guess I knocked a drawer open. There's something inside. Letters, it looks like? I shouldn't touch these. They're not mine. But I want something of Michelle's to have. Something to remember him by. His letters were being in his handwriting. They would contain his words. Please forgive me, Michelle. I don't mean you any ill will, but I'm gonna take these. I must say, there are an impressive number of... Eek! What on earth? It's like someone dumped an inkwell on every page, but why? Was this the witch's doing too? Yeah, it has to be. It must have been her. It definitely wasn't you, Michelle. Was it?
Oh dear.
The front door. I wonder what it's like outside. I can't get it open. What's going on? The bar isn't set, but it won't budge an inch. It's just like up in the tower. I know, the windows. If they should open, then I can... What's going on here? What the heck is going on? It's like there's an invisible wall in front of the window. My hand won't go any farther. This is rich. What else can I do but laugh? What in the world? This is madness. Ah! Hurry up, Michelle. Return to me. And get me out of here. Please get me out of here.
So basically her mental state just didn't last.
Hmm.
Oh. I had no idea how to explain anything that had happened to the mansion, but it was clear enough that I was imprisoned within its walls. I was all alone in a nebulous sphere of bleak darkness, and beyond its walls lay void. The layout of the house remained unchanged, but I felt as though I had wandered into a twisting labyrinth. I could cry, but there was no one there to soothe me. All it did was provoke her disembodied cackling, which she followed with, "You chose this, my dear, so you need to hold yourself together and keep wishing." My only real pastime was cleaning. I dusted the same corners again and again, swept the same floors, polished the same dishes. One day I decided I would read the books left in the library. Despite there being more than 100 volumes, I finished every one of them in what felt like no time at all. My life was a never-ending cycle. Day in and day out, day in and day out. The house had no visitors. No one, rather nothing, at all set foot upon the property. There were no signs of other life whatsoever there. No birds singing in the morning, no cats sunbathing in the garden, no mice scurrying about the kitchen, no creepy crawly insects. There was nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing that broke the long stretches of silence was her voice. Tell me, was she kind to you? Was she friendly and courteous? Because she was quite harsh when she spoke to me. These were the kinds of things she was always saying to me. "He didn't show up today, did he, my dear? Are you still praying, my dear? Do you think he'll actually come, my dear? I'm still wishing, just like I promised, my dear. You know why he hasn't come for you, my dear? Because perhaps he doesn't actually love you as much as you thought. My dear, my dear, my dear. Have you lost your mind yet?" Shut up! I've had enough. I'm done with you. Enough. Please, enough already. Oh, what's got you so worked up? You love to talk, don't you? So why not have a nice little chat with me? This is not a chat. Maybe not in your mind, my dear. You seem to think chatting only constitutes conversations you enjoy. But I don't think the word usage needs to be so restricted personally. You're just getting off on watching me squirm. No, not at all. You'll have all my best wishes if he ever does show up for you. Ah! Ooh, so scary. If you're making that face when he shows up, he might not even recognize you. What? You haven't looked in a mirror recently, have you? Go on then, my dear. See just how frightful you've become. No. The witch was right. I looked nightmarish. My face was pale and lifeless, my eyes hollow, my cheeks sunken, heavy bags beneath my eyes. My hair had lost its sheen and it grew wildly. I was quickly losing everything that made me recognizable as me, and the thought sent a shiver down my spine. No, this isn't me. This is some kind of trick. You're trying to deceive me. Baseless accusations. You really must stop blaming people every time something doesn't turn out the way you want, my dear. But... My face was more what? More expressive? More cheerful? Brighter? Rosier? You're right, you were never this gloomy, were you? Right, I wasn't. I was always more cheerful than this. Naive girl. Could you be any more narcissistic? Huh? What you're looking at is undeniably exactly what you look like now. Time did not do that to you, nor did I. The negative energy oozing from within you is what's causing you to take on this form. Did you think you didn't have any dark, ugly emotions inside you? Did you believe you would always be able to smile no matter what? Did you assume you were pure and beautiful? No one like that exists, my dear. What you see in the mirror is the true you, your hideous, twisted heart. If you weren't always being so nasty, this would have never happened. Bless you.
That was a proper sneeze.
Anyone's heart would be twisted listening to you long enough.
So you're saying Michelle's heart was twisted too? I spoke to him for years.
No!
I'm just teasing. I suppose I may have crossed the line there. I mean, you know ill will, Giselle. Honest. Allow me to give you one word of advice, though. Look at yourself in the mirror often. If you continue deteriorating at this rate and end up looking like a corpse, when Michelle comes and sees you, he won't jump for joy, but run away screaming in terror.
Stop talking. Please just stop.
No.
No. You know, Giselle. This is only the very beginning. You might not show up for hundreds of years.
I can't live that long.
Absolutely brilliant. You still think you're alive?
What?
The moment you agreed to come with me, you cease to be of this world. So don't worry about time, my dear. You can wait as long as it takes. As long as it takes for him to arrive.
As the witch has suggested, I started checking my appearance in the mirror every day. I wanted to ensure I didn't turn into some horrifying creature. My hair grew, so time seemed to be passing, but I didn't appear to age at all.
She's a meanie.
The flow of time had become perplexingly vague and uncertain. Was it stopped or was it moving? I couldn't tell. On occasion, I would practice smiling in front of the mirror. My smile was, after all, my one really distinctive feature, and I was certain you would see me smiling more than anything. Even if my appearance had changed drastically, I thought, you would still be able to recognize me by my smile. A woman standing alone in front of a mirror practicing how to smile. I'm sure that was quite the comical sight.
And that was about how my days went, for an incomprehensibly long time. Ooh. Ow. Ouchie.
You okay?
Yeah, just uncomfortable sitting. A hunty fundy years.
For the first 100 years, I kept track of how much time had passed. An hour, a day, a month, a year, 10 years, 50. But once it had surpassed a person's average lifespan, the counting started driving me mad, and so I stopped. My sense of time began to numb. In place of sleep, I spent my days in a trance-like state. Doing so, I was less aware of the passage of time, which made it a little easier to bear. Suspended in this bubble of time, my mind went to you. The next thing I lost the sense of was myself. I lived as a human for 21 years. After spending nearly 10 times that trapped in a mansion, I began to feel that was all I had ever been. That maybe my past was all a construction of my imagination. That is, as an otherworldly being, I merely fantasized about being human. Had I actually had a family? Had there actually been other people in the world? Did cities and villages really exist? Was there ever really a time when light shone through the windows, when we were happy? But I knew if I started doubting everything, I wouldn't be able to maintain myself, so I settled on believing one thing, that you, Michelle, were real. That you had been with me, that I had loved you, and that it was you I was waiting for. I tried to always remember that one fact.
Oops.
Another Friday.
Oh yeah.
My characteristic energy and cheer were disappearing. By then, I hardly ever raised my voice anymore. In response to that change, the witch seemed to treat me a little nicer. On occasion, I thought I could sense her presence nearby, like she might reveal her form to me from beyond the darkness, instead of only speaking to me. I could feel her sitting beside me. Giselle, do you think you're still Giselle even now? Suppose it doesn't matter either way. Sometimes I think love and fanaticism are two sides of the same coin. What are you implying? Oh, nothing. I have an idea, though.
Why don't we make you some new clothes, my dear? The loom should still work, thanks to your keeping everything in order. That outfit's an artifact of an age long past by now. You know how long it's been? Vaguely, but yes. As we speak, time still marches onward. Not too quickly and not too slowly, but at the same pace as your breathing. Now on your feet, Giselle. We have plenty of time, so let's make it the perfect maid's outfit. Also, just a thought, right? Why does she need to brave?
Because of compression.
Sure. And if we don't have enough materials, we can make more thread from the sheets or curtains. How exciting. Sorry. Following her instructions, I wove garments in a style that did not exist in my era. They were quite strange to behold. The old me might have been stricken with fascination by them, but at that point, I wasn't even sure how to rejoice. Breathing is a hobby. Fair. How to be impressed or how to be moved anymore. Chopping on in time. Well, no, they aren't even showing the increments anymore. That's how you know everything is just gone, Aru. Sounds like rain again. Like that. What year is it? No, it doesn't matter what year it is. It doesn't matter where it is. As long as you're there, it can be any time, anywhere. Where are you, Michelle? What are you doing? I'm still praying. I'm still wishing for you to appear before me. Forever and ever and ever. And ever and ever and ever. I've been praying for so long, I don't even know how long it's been. Before you left, you said you were going to pray too. You said you hoped we could meet again in another life. I'm not misremembering, am I? Michelle, come back to me soon. I love you so, so very much. But my memories of you are starting to fade. What did your voice sound like? What kind of faces did you make? Where did you like to put your hands on me? I don't want to forget. I want to always remember. My memories of you are the only thing holding me together. But they're slipping away from me. How did you speak? What kind of things did you talk about? I'm losing all these memories. Please, Michelle, come back to me. Before I forget everything. My beloved master. The thought crossed my mind that maybe Morgana's guarantee that you would be reconstructed was just a lie to trick me into staying here. But I quickly discarded it. Because if she had been lying, it would strip all meaning from my very existence. It would take from me my purpose for being here. So I didn't want to accept that possibility. I had no choice but to persevere in my belief that you would return. I had always thought I would be alright, that my faith would never waver. I still believed in myself. But you can be the happiest, most optimistic, resolute person in the world, and you will still break eventually. And I was at the point where even the slightest tap would shatter me into fragments. 1591. Is this the... I think that was the first, no? Several hundred years after I was enslaved within the mansion, something changed for the very first time. Sunlight, which I had not seen in all that time, shone in from outside. At first, I did not believe it was real. I thought it was a hallucination born of my inner desires. And I thought I must have completely lost it for my fantasies to have escaped my mind. But it didn't matter if it was all an illusion. The gentle breeze blowing in through the window felt wonderful. The smell of grass, the chirping of birds, the glistening blue sky. It was like 1,000 memories rushing back all at once, and it brought tears to my eyes. The time has come, Giselle. It's time for you to get to work. And as she always did, the witch's voice crushed my elation, dragging me back to reality. Reveling in the sight of the outside was the last thing I should have been doing, for it was at that moment that began my true decline. Work? What kind of work? Have you already forgotten? Oh, good heavens, do you have your head on straight, my dear? As I said, I need you to watch over the house and show your utmost hospitality to those who show up. Is someone... This is merely an appetizer. It looks like someone's here. Hold on! I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. The same thing you have been doing. Be a maid. Convince the house's guests that this is a wonderful place. Make them enjoy their stay. Now go on. I'm quite looking forward to this.
The bar has been removed. Will the door open?
For so long, the door had refused to budge. For so long, light had forsaken these halls. For so long, there had been no trace of life. And now, all of that had been turned on its head. I felt like I'd stepped into heaven on earth. I know it sounds melodramatic, so please don't laugh. It was almost certainly a perfectly ordinary slice of nature. Leaves and grass rustled in the wind, flowers specked on the earth. And in the distance was a city I didn't recognize. I wondered where I was, of course, but I neither shouted nor jumped in surprise. Instead, I found myself accepting my circumstances as unnatural as they might have been. As I was standing there idly before the entrance, a carriage rolled up. Sure.
God, could this road be any bloody worse? It's in dire need of paving on top of everything else. And who might you be, young lady? That outfit.
He's speaking a different language.
A middle-aged man approached me. From his attire and the way he held himself, he appeared to be upper class. However, the words coming out of his mouth were not in the language I had grown up speaking. Could the mansion have moved somewhere far, far away? Naturally, I had no idea how such a thing was possible, and the longer I stood there staring at him absent-mindedly, the more incredulous he became. My immediate mission was to overcome the language barrier. Fortunately, I suppose, I was able to understand bits and pieces what he had said. As merchants in the capital, my family did business with people from other countries, and as a result, I had learned a handful of words. The problem was, it had been so long ago, I had no confidence whatsoever in my ability to hold a conversation. I am a servant.
Servant? Servant? Can't say I remember asking for a lady servant, but I suppose these things do happen. Doesn't much matter who they sent.
Who are you?
You aren't informed? Bloody hell, after a great start, I see.
You really do be British.
Well, what can you do, I guess? Name's Hayden Rhodes. Oh boy. Rhodes, you remember Rhodes?
Yeah. No.
No?
No.
Like Mel Rose? Nelly Rose?
Oh, it's just, okay, like it's just the dad, right? Or maybe the grandpa? No, it's the grandpa. It's the grandpa, right? Yeah, the grandpa. Yeah, I do remember them talking about the grandpa.
As I'm sure you have already guessed, this man was the Rhodes siblings' grandfather. He was also the first person I served under as the maid.
Oh, we're back to this time again.
For a member of an esteemed noble family, Hayden was a bit on the eccentric side.
He only hired a handful of servants, claiming he was not fond of glamour. There was a single chef, a physician, a servant to take care of all the cleaning, and then me, who served as his personal assistant. Whenever he got the chance, Hayden would chase me down and make me practice proper etiquette. According to him, I had much to learn.
You are, at least technically, a servant of Rhodes' family, young lady, so I can't have you going around playing the country bumpkin act.
Yes, sir.
Rather. You have to do something about that accent too, while we're at it.
I have an accent?
Thicker than bloody molasses. No, I have no interest in sticking my nose into your business asking where you hail from. But while you're here, you must act the part, young lady. Lucky for you, I'm retired and have all the time in the world. I teach you everything you need to know about proper etiquette.
All right.
Speak up, will ya?
Yes, sir.
Hayden did not go easy on me either. In addition to my day-to-day duties, I studied etiquette, the language, proper pronunciation, and formal diction.
Anytime I made the slightest mistake, he would shout his dissatisfaction.
Listen carefully. A servant is the face of the house. A servant gaff is her mistress gaff. Always keep this in mind. You're not just a maid. You must always act with elegance and grace. You must always maintain your composure, even if the house is falling down around you.
That explains her demeanor.
Whatever happens, you deal with it quickly and quietly. Your language must be immaculate. No ums, oohs, or pauses. For any reason.
Yes, sir.
No stammering either.
Sorry!
Bloody hell, you are not going to make this easy, are you? Whose idea was it that a country bumpkin who would make a good servant? I'd like to give him a piece of my mind.
I'm not from the country.
She's pouting.
Puffy face?
Cute.
Not even slightly. I was raised in the capital.
Is that so, eh? A prim and proper city girl, are ya? In that case, you should be quick. You should be a quick study.
Absolutely. You can learn anything in a week tops piece of cake.
Is that so? Alright then, starting tomorrow, I'm tripling your lessons.
I didn't think this through. In addition to being my master, Hayden was my teacher. When he yelled, he grew twice his size and I shrunk to half mine. But it wasn't at all an unpleasant experience, because I knew he wasn't raising his voice to belittle me. His instruction may have been harsh, but it was human interaction. There were people around that I could talk to, and that was wonderful. I was starting to regain some of my humanity.
Unlike me, you've still got a long life ahead of you, young lady.
Oh, you wouldn't believe how long! Wink. Yeah, about that!
I don't know what kind of life you've lived, but I can't imagine it's been all that easy. Not many servant girls your age without a home to go back to.
My home literally died 500 years ago. Do you need to rub it in?
Which is why you need to learn this. Once you've got all this rule and customs down, you'll be able to hold your own and a noble estate.
Yeah, honestly, convenient for her that this didn't take place in modern day, because, like, one health inspection and they would be like, why do you have no pulse? You know? Like, lucky for her that they didn't know anything about healthcare back then, you know? And science or anything.
You shouldn't have any trouble keeping yourself employed. I'm sure you think I'm just as loud, obnoxious old man, but I believe we met for a reason, so I hope you'll stick with me.
I, don't think about you like that at all, Master. You're a remarkable man.
One more time.
I deeply appreciate your generous consideration, Master, from the bottom of my heart.
She doesn't eat either. No, she doesn't eat. She doesn't need to sleep. She breathes for some reason, though. But, yeah. Like, she doesn't eat anything. She literally needs nothing to survive. That's the thing. She's immortal, effectively.
I didn't know much about Hayden's situation or why he had retired to this mansion all alone, away from the rest of his family. But anytime I asked about them, he would say,
It happens sometimes.
with a melancholic frown. Before long, 2 years had passed. By that point, my etiquette had improved enough to satisfy his highest standards. In that time, the mansion underwent a number of decor changes as Hayden brought in sculptors to work on different areas of the house. He also sealed off rooms that were not in use, such as the observation tower and the chapel. It was a sad thing seeing areas with so many memories for me falling into disuse, but as a mere servant I had no say in the matter. In addition, Hayden seemed to greatly enjoy renovating the house, so I watched him warmly. The furniture was all gradually replaced, gorgeous paintings hung on the walls, colourfully patterned curtains installed, and a brilliant rose garden planted.
The roses come from all across the world. Nowhere else can you see so many different varieties in one place.
It's beautiful. Did you know that in the city, people are starting to call the mansion Rose Manor?
Rose Manor.
And to think there used to be nothing but weeds here. Amazing how much it has changed.
Please don't eat the weeds.
I never thought I would see this garden turned into something so beautiful.
Are you fond of roses, young lady?
Yes, red ones especially. Red roses mean a great deal to me. They remind me of a time long past.
Given one as a gift, were you?
No, I believe I was the one who gave the rose. So red roses are a symbol of my feelings. They're very precious to me.
You okay there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah?
Okay. Oh, sorry. I clicked the wrong button.
I gave you a rose as a gift. You plucked it from its stem and placed it in my hair.
Yeah, sorry. I accidentally clicked the control button and it just...
Am I remembering correctly? My memories are so vague now. I can't even remember the look on your face that day.
It's staticky? Really?
Yeah, it's staticky, your mic, yeah. It went bad.
Uh,
It's not robotic, it's just staticky, like there's like a lot of noise.
Did it fix itself?
No.
What about now?
No.
Okay, so that's not it. Give me a sec.
Now it's good.
Okay. It's fine.
Yeah, now it's fine.
Okay.
You probably have a cable problem.
A cable problem?
Yeah.
Like you think my cable is broken or something?
Yeah, like not broken, but like yeah.
Hmm.
It's not connecting proper.
Thank you for the head pads, B.
But yeah, it's fine now. Don't worry.
Can't even remember the look on your face that day.
There are some kids I'd like to give roses to myself.
Who?
My grandchildren.
Oh my, you have grandchildren?
I thought we haven't been in touch for some time. Last I saw them was 4 years ago. When my second grandchild was born. The sweetest girl in the world with the lovely flaxen hair.
Yeah, we all know that this is bullshit.
She's going to be a real beauty when she grows up. Anyway, they're wonderful kids. And one day I want to hand this garden over to them. Each and every rose containing my hope that they'll lead comfortable, healthy lives free of strife.
I'm sure your wish will come to pass. Your grandchildren will have wonderful lives.
I...
The grief of not having you around still weighed heavily on my mind. But I was slowly approaching contentedness. Life with Hayden was slow and uneventful, peaceful and relaxing. I imagine my heart was seeking anything to alleviate its pain. And it found that in the beautifully remodeled mansion, the garden blooming wildly with roses, and my time with Hayden. I was even beginning to think this life was enough for me. That I would be okay with this being the end if it meant more of the tranquility I felt. I was like a coward, considering giving up the fight. Please do forgive me for ever considering such a thing. Hayden seemed to be in high spirits that day. A gift had apparently arrived from his son, who lived far away. In it was a tea set, some leaves and a small jar of sugar.
Miss!
How can I be of service, master?
Brew me up some pot of this, would you? Be careful not to step in it for too long.
Steep it.
You want to get it just right for the best flavor.
As you wish, Master. You seem quite pleased.
What would I be? A boy who shunned his old man for years sent him a partridge gift on a whim. I'm just entertaining his fancy.
Your tea is ready, Master.
Oh, what a wonderful smell. Tea and roses are life's best dame spices. Now let's see what the boy chose for me. If it's no good, I'll be sure to write him an angry letter.
He looks so happy. He must really love his family.
It's a little bitter.
Shall I brew another pot?
No, it's not your fault. Must be something in the leaves.
Would you like to add some sugar, then? There was a small jar of it with the tea set.
Oh, that's some bloody fine sugar he's procured. White as snow and sparkles in the light.
He chose it just for you, Master.
Bloody hell, what demon possessed him? Alright, give me 2 spoons then.
Yes, Master. Here you are.
Splendid. There's some exquisite tea. The sugar balances the bitterness of the leaves perfectly. I guess that boy does have some.
Master? Master! Master! The doctor! I need to find the doctor. Water! Water! I'll get you some water right away. So please hang in there.
Must be getting old. Thanks to the quick treatment provided by his personal physician, Hayden survived, but he didn't make it out with much more than his life. He was permanently bedridden by the affair.
Thank you so much. Said I offer to follow. Welcome to the dreamland.
I hope you enjoy your emote shower with spooky hats, because it's spooky month.
Evidently, the sugar I had put in his tea had contained poison, which had done irreparable damage to his nerves and muscles. Most of his body was completely immobile.
Ooh, thank you. Ooh.
Most of his body was completely immobile, except for his left arm.
Excuse me? Are you British? Oh no!
That's a pretty funny
no,
one.
no! Not too many could have not talked to British people. Really outside the meeple in your mom. Second.
This one's funny because I'm pretty sure this is the story that takes place in Britain, right?
Can I bring you something? Some water?
I've had more than I feel of water. Don't need to wait on me hand and foot. That face says you need to distract yourself by working. Remember what I told you? A noble family servant must always act with elegance and grace. You must always maintain your composure.
But how can you expect me to remain composed? If I'd only examined the sugar more thoroughly.
You never would have noticed, young lady. I examined the sugar and didn't see a bloody thing wrong with it. It was damn crafty, that's for sure.
Why would he do this?
His inheritance, I presume.
Oh, go get some num-nums, Pee-wee. Get that num-num.
Something must have come up, and he needed money quickly.
That's no reason to poison your own father.
Blood is nothing but an obstacle to ambition. Or maybe he just hated me.
How could anyone possibly hate you?
You have that could be said of the me you know. But when you live as long as I have, you're bound to make an enemy or two. Mine just happened to be my son. I was planning to give him everything anyway. He didn't have to do this. It all would have been his.
Master,
Killing me doesn't accomplish anything. But I guess it doesn't much matter.
Well, that family was kind of fucked from the beginning, huh? Jeez.
Say, could I ask something, young lady?
what can I do for you?
I don't want to get out that Hayden Rose was poisoned, so could you tell people that I passed away peacefully with a beautiful nurse tending to my every need?
You're not dead yet. Please don't talk like that. You're scaring me.
No stammering.
What?
I'm not saying it'll happen immediately. I am an old man, and one day you'll wake up and I'll be gone. It's about my own pride, not my son. The last thing I want is to go out with a black spot on my name. Tell me you'll do this, Giselle.
He's never said my name before. As you wish.
Thank you. You're a peculiar girl, you know. Sometimes you seem greener than the leaves in summer, and sometimes you seem like you've seen 12 kinds of hell.
The latter is more correct.
And every so often, you seem not of this world. Your skin is pale, your hands cold as ice. I have a bad blood circulation.
That's me.
At one point, I thought you might be death himself. But I was wrong about that. You have too big heart to be death. You care too much. You must be carrying a very heavy cross on your back.
What am I supposed to do? I don't want to lose you, Lord Hayden. I don't want to lose this life.
You have someone, don't you, young lady? Someone you're dying to meet again.
Yes, but I don't know anymore. Don't know how long I'm supposed to keep waiting. Something doesn't happen to I don't think I can hold myself together much longer. I was so close to breaking down. And it was you who kept me on my feet.
I'm sure you've tried to remain strong plenty of times. So I'll give you some different advice. A trick for when you think you're losing hold of yourself. Build a cocoon.
A cocoon?
A sturdy shell to keep your weak inner self safe. This one has no interest in protecting you. Only swallowing you whole. So you mustn't really expose your true self. You build a cocoon and you play the role you need to play. That way the real you will remain unharmed.
Sir, that's called disassociation, and that's not a good thing.
It's not pleasant to hide yourself like that, which is better than letting the world crush you. But a word of warning, if you spend too long in the cocoon, the real you is liable to disappear forever. You'll be swallowed up by your own protective shell. I hope you find whoever it is before it's too late. Now, I think I'll get some sleep. All this talking wore me out.
As you wish. Good night, Master. See you in the morning.
I see you in the morning, young lady.
The next day, Hayden was dead. He had strangled himself with his left hand. I should have been more attentive. I should have recognized how much pain he was in, how much it crushed him to have been betrayed by his own family. I should have realized how he truly felt, how fragile he really was. I fell into a hopeless gloom. I could hardly believe that the quiet life I had finally attained had been shattered in the blink of an eye. Hayden's other servants quickly went their own ways, and I vividly remembered the dirty looks they all gave me. Everyone who knew how he had died assumed I had done it. I had no reason to kill him, though. But they had more than enough to believe so, for I had indeed been the last person to see him alive, and I held firmly to the story he had asked me to tell. While I was unable to convince the other servants, his family was far more accepting of the story that he had departed for the next world happily. Though that did not make the truth any less heartbreaking, especially since I was the only one who knew it. Why does this always have to happen? I was happy, but I can never seem to keep hold of it for more than a flash. Despair always comes marching in to rip it away. What am I doing here? What kind of person were you, Michelle? What kind of person was I? Like, fuck you, haha, you know. Oh my dear, you look positively miserable. Why should you despair at the death of some strange old geezer? Morgana, was Hayden one of those whom you wished to be reconstructed? I have no interest in that wrinkled old bag of bones. And if he was one of them, do you really think I would have let him go so peacefully? Peaceful? You call that peaceful? You call his misery peaceful? I most certainly do. And since you do not seem to understand this, the pain of death lasts but an instant. The worst torture can only be inflicted upon the living. Setting two loved ones against one another, manipulating the one into taking the other's life and then forcing him to live with that. The stage hasn't even been set yet, my dear. And you would have me play a part in that? Indeed. You agreed to accompany me. You are here to be my guide, and you're doing a wonderful job of it so far. I haven't done anything. Oh, but you killed that old man, did you not? Huh? Thanks to you, my wish is one step closer to fruition. What? What do you mean I killed Hayden? You mean to claim you didn't? Tell me, who was it? They put the poisoned sugar in his tea. No, I didn't mean to. Your intentions are irrelevant. Everything moves along the path forged by my wish, and you shall continue to follow its will. You know what? I'm done feeling like this. I don't want anyone else to go through what Hayden did. What are you gonna do about it? I'm done listening to you. Without me, you have no influence over this world. Uh-huh. So, I'll die. I'll take my own life right here and now. I grabbed a nearby knife and held the tip against my breast. My hands were shaking, my heart pounding. My whole body was racked with terror, but I could have sworn I heard Morgana gasp. This was her one weakness, I thought. What are you thinking? Don't do this, Giselle. Don't be foolish. Put the knife down right now. I'm done trusting anything you say. Giselle, put the knife down! I've missed you so very much, Michelle. I wanted nothing more than to see you again. But if my being Morgana's guide is going to cause other people suffering, then I can't! It's all over, Morgana. Huh? There's no blood? Not even pain. Why? Absolutely brilliant. Told you not to be foolish, but you just wouldn't listen to me. Such a silly girl. I really am. I couldn't even die if I wanted to. Learning that absolutely crushed me. My backup plan, the one escape route I had thought available to me, had been ripped away. My spirit crumbled, and I felt myself sinking into a vast darkness. I began losing my grip on myself, which was when I recalled Hayden's advice. Build a cocoon. It was the only option I had left. My final chance of protecting myself. Although ultimately, I was unsuccessful in that endeavor, as you know. But by that point, my mind and spirit had all been lost, eroded away by the years of solitude, the witch's whispers, the brief glimmer of happiness, and the eternal, boundless darkness it had left me in. It was in that moment that all light drained from my eyes, and it was in that moment that the maid was born.
Oh no, it's the babies. No, run! Run while you still can! I'm worried.
Oh, dearest Mel, come over here. There are so many beautiful flowers.
Fuck no, Nelly, I'm out of here. You're going to do stupid shit in the future. I'm not going to do this shit again.
Hello! I've never seen you before. Are you the new maid? Good afternoon, Lady Nelly. That is correct. It is an honor to serve you. Oh, did you do all this? I did not. The garden was your grandfather, Lord Hayden's work. Wow! Is grandfather a wizard? Perhaps he was. I am sure he would be delighted to know you like it. Did grandfather like flowers? Yes, he loved them quite dearly. Wow, I love flowers too. I've never seen a garden with so many pretty flowers. Did you know this kind of flower is called a rose? Just like our name.
Oh, yes, they do sound alike. And like the flowers, you're also a very sweet little girl.
Say, what's your favorite color of rose?
I like all colors.
But you don't like any the most? That's too bad. My favorite is pink. Pink roses are so pretty.
Indeed they are.
Oh, gee.
No.
Ah, jeez, there you are, Nelly. Gosh damn it. Oh, my apologies. Please don't mind my sister.
Oh, not at all. We were having the most wonderful time.
That's good. I imagine we'll be seeing each other around, so it's a pleasure to...
Dearest Mel, let's see what the inside's like. Mother says I have my very own room.
Slow down, Nelly. I beg your pardon.
The inseparable siblings ran off toward the mansion, hand in hand. It was a heartwarming sight. But the next moment, when they stepped inside, I saw something else. The darkness enveloping the mansion seemed to flare up, the open door a gaping maw into its hungry bowels. The whole house looked as though it was cackling. It was, I presume, the witch Morgana's madness taking form, a manifestation of how she felt now that her centuries in the making wish was bearing fruit. Those two children were the ones Morgana had been waiting for. Had I still had any willpower to fight left in me, I would have taken them by the hands and sent them somewhere far away. I would have done something before the house swallowed them up. But instead, I just gently lowered my eyes. Misfortune would surely sink its teeth into those two children before long. Pain and misery would befall them. I knew no good lay ahead for them, but my heart had all but frozen solid. I had my hands full taking care of myself. So I let Hayden's beloved grandchildren fall into the witch's hands. I was, for all intents and purposes, Morgana's marionette. At long last it has arrived. The time I had been waiting so long for has arrived. Darling, devoted Giselle, I know not how to describe for you the fiery excitement burning within me. Ooh, I know. I can tell you my story. Speaking of, how are you feeling for some refreshments?
I mean, it's long overdue.
Yeah. I'm sorry. We will just take a very quick little break to get some drinks and stuff. I'm sorry. I was looking at the timer and I was like, I need to say something. So yeah, we will see you guys in like 5 minutes tops. We will be right back. Hello and welcome back to Jacket. Oh fuck, I've mistaken it again, sorry. I'm sorry. Is it just gonna be introducing my streams as something it isn't? It's actually gonna be my thing. You'll be like, how old is Mina? And welcome to Jackass.
My name is Mina Seiya and welcome
Anyway,
to
Morgana
Jackass.
wanted to tell us her story.
No.
Tell you exactly what that mild-mannered little boy once did. You'll be open to listening now, won't you, my dear? And you'll surely understand that I'm doing nothing wrong. Yes, you're my ally, and my trusty servant. You and I, we live in the same world. We're as close as family. Are we not? Yes, as you say. So let us curse them, all of them. Let us inflict a pain worse than physical torture on them. Let us put their souls in the rack for all eternity. Curse them, make them suffer. Curse them. Now listen carefully, Giselle. This is a tale of wicked men and my curse upon them. Are these the guys who put her to death? That would be my assumption anyway. The witch spat her curses for some time. The bile overflowing from her words, the pure unadulterated hatred brimming within. It will go, consume me more than the horrifying things they describe. She was brutally honest, each word a carefully sharpened blade of animosity. Oh! 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 Ah! Barely.
Damn it.
How much bitterness did you have to carry inside you to become like her? How long did you have to feel nothing but hatred to become like her? I felt like if I let my guard down, I would be consumed by her enmity. It would become mine, and I would grow to despise them myself. All the while, I kept my mind on one single thing. That is, what was left of my mind, locked away inside a shell of my own creation. It was that solitary truth that allowed me to hold on to my human emotions, to continue believing. I'm always waiting. My love will never fade. When I was still my old self, I called them master and would do anything for them. Michelle, that was their name. They were beautiful. They had pearly white hair and ruby eyes. They are going to come for me. Aww. Sorry, no more rats. No more obese rats.
Michelle, all I can remember about you is your name, your glassy white skin, your fiery red eyes, and your snow-colored hair. Nothing else. And that's why, when I saw her that night, dripping from the storm raging outside, I thought, you're finally here.
Yeah.
Because I didn't remember enough to know any better. You already know who I speak of, don't you? The person who called upon the Rose Manor that fated stormy night. The girl with almost translucently pale skin, chillingly white hair and eyes like jewels. Ah, what a beautiful girl. Her hair, her eyes, her porcelain skin. It all matches the person in my memories. She must be the one I've been waiting for.
Oof.
If she is, is something the matter? No, I just thought I felt someone watching us. It's only your imagination, I'm sure. If not your imagination, then perhaps some unseen force was watching you. Unseen force? Are you familiar with how people refer to this mansion? Rose Manor. Yes, indeed. It's called Rose Manor because you can smell the sweet fragrance of the rose garden even a great distance. But that is not what I meant. It is said that a witch resides within the house. A witch? I have not heard any such stories. I probably wouldn't have. It was a very, very long time ago. Nothing you need to concern yourself with. You have a peculiar presence about you. Should I consider that a compliment? A peculiar presence, she says. Does she sense something in me as I do her? It has to be her then. Her name. I need to ask her name. It's getting late. You should get some rest. A room has already been set aside for you. But first, may I ask you one thing? Yes? I do not believe you have given me your name yet. My name is Michelle.
Oof. But it's not the same name! It's technically not the same name!
Le.
Le. I mean, in Japanese they would be spelled the same. I'm pretty sure. I don't think there would be any different. I think they would both come out to Michelle.
I knew it. You're the one. What? You're the one I have been waiting for. I have endured so much in anticipation.
Why can't I... Words, sorry.
Anticipation for this moment.
I need a moment! I'm just gonna finish my sandwich.
Oh, I've been waiting for this.
I've been
Need
waiting
some
for this.
protein?
Yeah.
Need some protein?
I need some Pepsi.
Wow.
Ha!
What the hell?
I've endured so much in anticipation.
I can't say that! I can't say in anticipation of this moment!
I anticipated this.
So that I could reunite with you.
What is
You
this
came
word?
to this place to see me
Anticipation?
again, did you not? Held tight to those wonderful memories until you could make it back to me. I never gave up hope. I always believed, and I hope you'll praise me for that. And I ask you to please say my name. To please make me... I don't know anything about you. I'm sorry, you seem to be confusing me for someone. We've never met before now. You jest. You are Michelle, are you not? That is my name, yes, but it's a fairly common name. Surely you're confusing me with... That cannot be. The white hair, white skin, those red eyes, and that name. The name of the Archangel. Everything about you is the same. How can you say you're not my Michelle? Please, Michelle, remember for me. Stay away from me. I am sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. You would reject me. I'm so sorry. I honestly don't know you. Do you care nothing anymore for the time we spent together? We have not spent any time together. You would deny everything. I'm sorry. I see. I see. So you feel nothing for me anymore? You do not need to say anything. I understand. You are feeling a great deal of disgust towards me. No, But perhaps it is fear.
Michelle, yeah, like with... Oh, dear. Oh, my god. Oh, my god. Ah! That's me giving up my life. How do you feel about this? That really is gay panic. I know, right?
But perhaps it is fear. Yes, you were always so kind. You would not easily allow yourselves to succumb to hatred. I understand. Please forget everything I have said. Who are you? I am but a simple maid, nothing more. Laughable, isn't it? I no longer recognize Michelle as anything more than a concept. Man or woman, elderly or infant, as long as they had white hair, red eyes, and the right name, they were you. I needed anything I could get. I'm so desperate the thought never even crossed my mind that she was not you. What do you think, seeing me like this? That I'm helpless and hopeless? Listen to this, Morgana. Michelle is back. She's finally come for me. But she does not remember anything, it seems. Not me, not our past, nothing. She saw me and was afraid, in fact. Are you listening, Morgana? Oh, darling, devoted Giselle. You poor, pitiful soul. It must have been quite harrowing. But don't worry, you still have me. Besides, this might not be your only chance. As long as you continue on, Michelle could appear before you again. Do you think she will remember me next time? I can't say. That's up to Michelle.
The maid is telling the rest of the story after the original Michelle died and how she was locked away in the mansion, and now we're in the first store again, but we're seeing scenes with Giselle and Morgana, so it's basically like adding scenes to what was already there. And the first time the white-haired girl appeared, who we now know is actually named Michelle, but with an E at the end, Giselle thought it was like that was her Michelle, but it was a completely different person. Or maybe it is the same person, or Morgana is just like fucking with them, you know? You do have another option, though. Forget Michelle yourself and seek out a new master. Someone who can be yours. Someone dedicated and faithful who needs you. Someone worthy of this mansion. Someone who needs me. That's right. Michelle didn't need you, after all. It's alright, don't worry. You have plenty of time. Also, we have learned that the people being sent to this mansion through the different doors are people that or to be more specific, reincarnations of people that Morgana wants revenge on, probably. Of course, it's left a little bit vague, but that's the general gist of it. We're seeing the cliff notes. Mel being the absolute idiot that he is. Your vest doesn't even fit!
Shut up.
Bruh.
It's raining again today. I kinda wonder what happened to him after he fled from the mansion. Although I suppose it doesn't much matter to me. The witch is surely watching him. Such a dreadful storm. Sounds like someone crying. I was at that point, completely out of my mind, broken. My smiles, frowns, and gasps had all been replaced with imitations. Shortly afterward, the flaxen-haired boy moved out of the house and went on to become a priest. The girl fell ill a few years later, her disease eventually taking her life. But the boy never once returned home. The Rhodes family crumbled. I couldn't bring myself to grieve for them, or to reflect on Hayden's sorrowful end. I simply waited for time to begin moving once more.
And
Oh, it's a clock.
time for beastly beast hours, dab.
Little remains to be said about my broken self. But as I stated before we began, this is the mate's tale, so I would like to take this opportunity to elaborate on events I was unable to show you before. That is, you can bear listening to such a dismal, miserable story.
I remember this music. What happened to Hayden after he was poisoned? He killed himself.
He went to sleep.
Yeah. He strangled himself with his one working arm, which, by the way, I am questioning the logic of, but I'll take it.
I already told you of my meeting with the beast, so we'll begin the second tale from here. After Bestia slaughtered the merchant who showed up at the mansion, his mad laughter echoing through the halls.
Hey, do you want to do this again? You're doing great. Oh no! I shouldn't have asked him to do that. That was creepy.
Did you hear that? Did you hear his screams? He said I was a monster.
The mutilated body lay sprawled across the living room floor. As you can imagine, this was my first time ever seeing such a bloody, mangled corpse. I could not look directly at it, so I averted my eyes.
Hey, you saw it. I just proved that beasts are stronger than humans. I did.
Indeed, you did.
I know. I've got a great idea. You asked if I wanted to become the master. And I said I did. Which means you work for me, isn't that right? You'll do whatever I tell you to do, won't you?
What would you have me do?
I want some cookies.
Human meat cookies.
Yeah, made by humans, of course, Mina, of course.
Then the maid
can...
can.
legs and make stew out of them.
Then the maid shouldn't be, because she's not human anymore. She can't do it.
And don't you hesitate or you end up like him.
I actually can't, funnily enough. Yes, master.
Bruh. Yeah.
He's trying to assert his total dominance over me. It's not proper behavior for the master.
So try T-posing.
Although I am the one who offered him the role.
Do it.
He's an utterly mad beast. But am I really all that different? There's blood all over my hands. Sounds like someone's laughing. Is it him or is it her? No matter what happens, it won't affect me. The cocoon is not the real me. I was looking down at what could only be described as a pile of human debris. I had done this, but that fact did not register with me. I felt nothing at all. No regret, not anger, not sorrow or despair.
Put it on the fire. He said he traded in spices. That should give him a very unique flavor.
How am I supposed to work with this? I was quite simply puzzled. No one had ever made such a request of me in my hundreds of years at the mansion. That's all I was, puzzled. But he interpreted it as hesitation or fear, so he grabbed me by the shoulder, knocked me to the floor, and skewered me with that curious blade of his. For the first few moments, he wore that deranged grin of his, but as the seconds passed, it slowly transformed into shock.
Oh, this is awkward.
Not a drop of blood spilled from my breast, and the instant he realized it, I saw revulsion in his eyes. Him of all people. A man who cackled as he slaughtered others was disgusted by a mere mate. It was absurd. So much I almost wanted to cry.
You...
Is that all, master? Are you not going to dismember me? You could try stabbing my face, or my neck, or my stomach, or any other part of me. Maybe then I might die. Oh, now, don't look at me like I'm some exotic creature.
Stop that. Quit laughing.
Why should I? My only distinctive feature is my smile. I have nothing else. My hands are covered in blood, but I can still smile. It's ridiculous. I get it.
I get it now. You're the witch, aren't you? I see. Only monsters ever had place here. Every so often I hear a woman's voice in my head. That's you, isn't it? You're the witch.
Monster, witch, maid. What am I? Who is Giselle? Michelle said she was spirited, true to herself, that she often laughed and cried and shouted.
She's gone.
The rats are
But I
gone.
don't know anyone like that. I'm just a maid, nothing more than a servant. The woman's voice he had said he heard was probably the real witch's, but I had no interest in that. I always would have preferred not having to think about anything at all. Nothing would cause me to waver if my head was empty. A world without joy or sorrow sounds quite wonderful. But nothing ever went the way I planned, for the white-haired girl, whom I found I would never see again, appeared before me once more. I was quite nearly in a panic. Beneath my perfectly practiced smile was a veritable storm of emotions. Faint hope flared up within my shell. Perhaps this time, Michelle would remember me. But that hope was unsurprisingly in vain. Is someone there? Yes, I came by to ask if there was anything you needed. I cannot offer you anything extravagant, not like before, but I'm here to provide you with anything in my capacity.
And this also explains all of her loaded questions and everything, right? That we already know.
I appreciate the offer, but I need nothing. Being allowed to stay the night is more than enough. Do you work here in the mansion? Yes, indeed I do. I've been here for a very, very long time. A very long time? You might think this is an odd question, but have we met before? Something about you seems familiar. And I get the feeling I've been in this mansion before. Yes, we have met. It was quite some time ago, though. When was it? It was an unimaginably long time ago. Do you remember a boy and a girl with flaxen hair? Flaxen hair? I apologize. My memory fails me. Do you not remember me either? I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember anything this time either. But I will not be so pushy this time. I could not bear to be so blatantly rejected again. I see. You should probably not push yourself to remember then. There were joyous times, and there were less than joyous times. But would you be so kind as to answer one question? What might your name be? My name is Michelle. White hair, red eyes, and the name Michelle. Why must you continue to bring me pain? Why can you not set me free as you were supposed to? I see, so you are Michelle again. Again? You should get some rest. I will make tea for you in the morning.
Also, one thing I would like to see in going back is to see if they actually count up the X's to her saying Michelle with like L-E and the maid saying Michelle but only with the L. I thought that would be an interesting thing to look.
Also, go on, close your eyes. The white-haired girl lay so quietly in her bed I could not tell whether she was asleep or awake. Even the sound of her breathing was too faint to hear. Standing over her, looking down at her, the locked away despair and wails of lamentation I thought myself no longer capable of came bubbling back to the surface. But can you honestly blame me? I have been waiting for Michelle for so long. She was the one thing holding me up. She was the only thing keeping my broken self from falling apart completely. Yet she claimed not to remember me. Did you pity her, having to go through tragedy after tragedy? But every time she showed up, she said she did not know me, bringing me more and more grief. I've been waiting for hundreds of years. Waiting for her for so long, my mind slipping away with every passing day. Waiting and waiting and wait. My apologies. I have to be careful or I'll slip back to what I was then. If you weren't here holding my hand now, Tell me, you are Michelle, aren't you? That's a relief to hear. Yes, thank you. I'm alright. You think I'm as muddled as I feel? Let us return to the tale, then. You don't know what it feels like. You don't know how much it hurts. For someone that you've waited so long for, to say they don't know you. You have no idea how much it crushes me. Rather than feel like this anymore, maybe I should just end it all with my own hands. I reached my hands out toward her slender neck. I was not an especially strong woman, but I thought even I would be able to suffocate her with relative ease. She was blind at that, so she wouldn't be able to run. However, that was one thing I could not bring myself to do. I can't do it.
Yeah, the situation is a lot.
I ran, and I ran, for I knew I had nowhere to run, plunging myself into the mansion's darkness. I did not want to be there any longer. I did not want to have anything to do with her. Being an inhuman inhabitant of the house, I could not close my eyes or plug my ears to what happened within its walls, as much as I may have wanted to. It didn't matter where I was. I had no say in the matter. I was forced to observe the events until their tragic conclusion. Twisted, bloody madness. Their wretched wails creating a whirlwind of misery. When it was all over, Morgana cackled like a little girl. Go on, you have a laugh too, my dear. There's nothing in the world better than this. He was a beast through and through. And what a fool he was, to think he could become human. Oh, I love it. He destroyed everything he had with his own hands, and he couldn't even manage to mourn for it. Quite the unfortunate fate, wouldn't you say? Go on, laugh with me. Laugh with me, my darling, devoted Giselle. Michelle is dead too, though. You're worried about the tiny little detail. She'll show up again, of course. So don't need to worry about a thing. You don't need to feel bad about any of this carnage. Rest easy, my darling, devoted Giselle. If you say so, then I shall not be concerned. Yes, that's good. Laugh. Laugh, my dear.
Time for some railway shenanigans.
I apologize for making you listen to my dreadful stories for so long. You must be quite weary of them by now. But worry not, for this is the final one. And despite being the end, it is neither dramatic nor exciting. It was a single phrase, the most insignificant of things. They caused me to completely lose myself and forgot I had long ago been the woman called Giselle. There was no malice in it. It was but a simple greeting. Do you remember how, the first time she arrived, Michelle said I had a peculiar presence about me? She felt something there between us. And the second time, she said something about me seemed familiar. She did not remember why, but her soul recognized the bonds we shared. So I assumed that the next time she showed up, she would feel something even stronger, or perhaps even have her memories. Despite having been let down again and again, I still held on to the faintest glimmer of hope. But when she appeared, she was someone else's wife.
Hey, mate. Get out here.
I am right here, sir. Is something the matter?
I figured you should get to know her as soon as possible, since you'll be spending a lot of time looking after her. Hey, get out here. Christ, there's no goddamn confident pulling your body, is there?
I'm sorry. I'll be right out. The first thing she said when she saw me was, "It's a pleasure to meet you." It's a pleasure to meet you. What had I spent all that time waiting for? It was all for naught. It was all meaningless. In this era, she felt nothing at all for me. In retrospect, it makes enough sense, but for me at the time, that was the end. Morgana! Morgana! Cast me into darkness! Make me a formless being like you. I don't want to be here another second. I don't want to look at her ever again. Morgana! Morgana! Please listen to me. I'm begging you! No, what's the matter, my dear? It's not like you to throw a tantrum. I can't take it anymore. I can't do this. Michelle again. Oh, you poor thing. Betrayed 3 times now. Morgana. You pitiful girl. Don't groan like you're having a bad dream, my dear. I am here for you. Please, Morgana, erase me from existence. If you go away, then I will be all alone. And that will be absolutely dreadful. But I... Tell me, what torments you so, my dear? What? Michelle, whom I've been waiting on for so long, doesn't... Oh, you poor thing. You spent so long writing the currents of time that you've lost sight of yourself. What? You've convinced yourself that someone else's story is your own. Someone else's? Yes, indeed. It's such a beautifully tragic tale you fell in love with it. It resonated so deeply with you that you felt their pain as if it were your own. What are you talking about? I wanted to tell you, my dear, but you were so convinced it actually happened to you that I couldn't bring myself to take it away. Then, what about Michelle? She's not the one you were waiting for, and you're not hers either. Then, what about Giselle? That is not your name. Then, who am I? Who are you? That's a very silly question. You're this mansion's cursed witch. I'm the witch? That you are. You're both the maid and the witch. But how? Do you truly believe that someone who has eternal life, who doesn't bleed when they're cut, and who can smile no matter what happens to them, her isn't a witch? How much of this Giselle's memories do you actually possess, my dear? How clearly can you remember her life? You can't, can you? She was literally waiting for this. Like, this is the longest con. She waited for almost 800 years to do this. You don't know what kind of story Giselle and Michelle wove. And you wouldn't, because you were merely an onlooker. Much like you are now for this present tale. So this is basically what happened to her. This is why that fake 5th door exists, right? Or 4th. I can't remember the numbers at this point. 4th, I think. And by contrast, how much of the witch's story do you know? Meanie! I know, right? You should know it very well. Yes, but that's because you... No, my telling it to you is not the reason. The details are rooted deep within your memory. Then I'm... That's right, you're the cursed witch Morgana. But you... I am you. You split into 2 because you refused to accept who you were. Think about it. Have I ever shown myself to you? Have I ever shown myself to anybody? That's why. I am the witch? That you are. I see. It all makes sense now. Everything has fallen into place. There's one thing I still don't understand, though. The story I was so enamored with, Giselle and Michelle's story. What kind of story was it? I'll be glad to tell you. You look like you're ready to know the truth. And that is where this fake version was spun up. I believed every word she said. All my worries melted away like they were nothing. The sight of the white-haired girl no longer kept up waves in my heart. In fact, I found myself wishing for her to find happiness. I was an observer, watching and hoping for the best. The tragedy that befell her did sadden me, but I felt bad for her like I would a character in the story. That does not answer the question of who this Michelle is, though. That's another goddamn confusion for my part. I brought you your medicine, master.
Thank you. Just set it down here, there. Yes. What are you staring at?
My apologies. I was simply musing about how much time has passed. I can hardly believe it has been 40 years since you were a bright young businessman.
And you haven't aged a day.
Why, thank you. I am a witch, after all.
Well, I don't much care what you are. You could be Grim Reaper for all I care. You still work harder than anyone else.
May I ask you a question, Master?
What is it?
Why have you not returned to your homeland? I thought it was a place quite dear to you.
I can't wait for her back there.
Do you still believe she will return? To a degree, I understand how difficult it can be to wait. Though for me, waiting now brings me more joy than pain. With your lifespan, Master, it will be the pain that wins out. Perhaps you should consider letting go.
Tell me, was her name really Michelle?
Why, yes, it most certainly was. But why would you ask such a thing? Have you forgotten your own wife's name? You have waited so long that it would seem, like me, some part of you has begun to break down. You poor, poor man.
You know, you look a whole lot more pitiful than me.
Oh my. Oh, there you are! What has you in such a flurry, my dear? You're a noble servant. You must maintain your composure at all times. But the master! What about him? He was found deceased in his chambers. The doctor just came out. He said it was his ailment, and it would seem the master knew his time was short, for he left a will, asking not to be given a funeral. I see. I feel kind of bad for him, though. Not only did he not have anyone at his side for his final moments, he didn't want to be sent off at all. Isn't that sad? It is for the best. There's not a single soul in this world left who could send him off. With your era drawn to an end, this mansion will soon return to existing nowhere in this world. I wonder what the next one will look like. I wonder if misfortune will befall her once more. That would be quite regrettable. Perhaps if I could convince her of her tragic fate, she would be willing to disappear from this realm with me. And if she wishes to fight that fate, perhaps she will become my next master. Calling her master seems inappropriate, but I cannot think of a word that fits better. I eagerly await the next era. Please do not keep me waiting for long, master.
So, if it's gonna go any more into the future, that means we're gonna go into parts we haven't seen yet, right? Because the 4/5th door was the past, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Time pressed onward, and then, at long last, you arrived.
The chair!
Yeah.
Oh, splendid. You have finally awoken. I've simply
We
been
have the
waiting
chair.
so long for this moment.
Her hair is even longer than before.
Tending to the mansion all by my lonesome, ensuring it was ready for your return, master. Whatever time that time may be. When I caught sight of you through the window, my heart fluttered. The time had finally arrived. Oh my, you do not know who I am. Do you not know who you are either? That is quite the predicament. And how about this? I am a servant of this mansion, and as such, I am familiar with the many incidents that have taken place here. I shall show you the history of this house, master. Let us be off, then. And fear not, I merely entreat you to not let go of my hand. Should you hold it tightly, you need not worry about being washed away by the waves of history. No matter what happens, you mustn't let go of my hand.
Here he is.
No matter what happens, no matter what you see, never again let go of this hand. That is everything.
I prepared a number of things to say when she was finished with her tale, but I can't manage to put any of them into words. I almost hate myself for thinking it would be so easy. For letting myself hope I could simply pull her back to her old self, accept whatever had happened to her. Take her hand in mine, that would solve everything. The truth is so much worse than I imagined, so much more harrowing. She was subjected not only to her own terrible fate, but every single one of this house's tragedies. The tales she told me are things she witnessed with her own eyes. How can I possibly blame her for forgetting me, for forgetting herself, after so many hundreds of years? No, I should be.
Why didn't you come for me?
Why couldn't I have returned before she was so far gone?
Why? Why did you show up now?
Giselle.
Because you opened the door to my memories. I now remember everything. But I didn't want to remember. I didn't want to be reminded of all those empty years. Of the people who passed on, leaving me behind. Of you, who refused to show up no matter how much I begged. I'm not the Giselle you knew anymore. I may have my memories, but I cannot go back to that time. My hands are stained with blood, my soul worn thin. The girl who would laugh at the simplest things, who would tell silly jokes and wasn't afraid to speak her mind, doesn't exist anymore. That Giselle is dead. How can you say I am the same girl? How can you say I feel the same way I did? How can you be sure that even now, I still love you? Can you deny the possibility that I no longer yearn for you? But the white-haired girl? Can you deny the possibility that my love for you has transformed into hate? She brings her hands up toward my throat, and I make no attempt to move out of her way. When her fingers brush against my skin, they feel frigid as death itself, far colder than anything I had felt from her just far. If she were to wrap her hands around my neck, she wouldn't even have to squeeze to stop me from breathing. This is the fork in our road. One word will decide everything. I don't have much time. I have to say something before the cold robs me of my voice. Ah! Oh. Wait, what? Wanted to deny it. She may have forgotten me, but what she felt still remains, and evident by her attraction to the white-haired girl, who had many physical similarities to me. Her feelings are still there. I sincerely believe that. But her arctic gaze caused me to waver for the briefest moment. Perhaps I only wanted to deny it for my own selfish reasons. It was only a few short seconds, but those seconds decided it all. Damn it! I didn't know there would be time choices, man!
We didn't save in a long time.
Nope. I wonder what's gonna happen.
Farewell, Michelle.
She slides her slender fingers down my neck and then gently shoves me back. Giselle! I wonder what's gonna happen. Let's see! I'm falling, sinking into my own darkness. I reach my hand out, but I cannot grasp anything. Her hand. The hand I held for all this time is so far away. I try to shut up, but nothing comes out. I can neither answer her original question, nor say her name. Down and down, into the infinite void. Darkness consumes everything. My voice, my hands, my very being, and her gaze. My consciousness slips away. Why did I hesitate? I wish I could have at least told you that I still loved you, even if you did not love me. Oh well, let's see.
Hesitated. You hesitated.
I did. I was a fool. I wonder what's gonna happen now. Are you sure you really wanted to let him go?
Yes, I am sure.
I see. I don't think I'll ever understand. If you hate someone, you should chain them down and torture them for all eternity. It's a perfect opportunity to trap his soul.
I do not hate him.
Oh, is that so, my dear? After everything you said, I simply assumed.
I could never come to hate him. I could never want to see him dead or tortured.
Oh? Then why did you say what you did?
I don't think you would understand.
Probably not. I'm not particularly interested in understanding either. It doesn't matter what happened in the interim. In the end, nothing's changed, has it, my dear? You are still my darling, devoted mate. With enough time, you will once more forget your name. What a wonderful world this is. Okay, let's see. Will it be like a try again, or will it be I need to skip through? A moment of hesitation.
Oh, you need to skip through.
I need to skip, yeah, because it's a 10-year-old game. They don't have the convenience of, hey, do you want to try again? Yeah. It's fine. Just come on, let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in so I can skip. Let's see how long ago that was. Oh boy, that was oh god, that was 1.5 hours ago. No, 2.5 hours ago. Great, okay. Well, I think control is skip.
Let's see how fast this game actually goes. Yeah. 2.5 hours. Let's see how fast we can reach.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna save a few times as I go, though. Just to be safe, you know?
I mean, why?
Because I might accidentally skip over and miss the choice again!
You won't. It's extremely obvious when it is.
Yeah, but what if me skipping through it will make it last only for a split second and then I miss it?
It's not that far. You can see what's happening, Mina.
I'm just saying. I can go pretty fast. Morgana.
Morgana. Wow, this is really fast game.
Yep.
This reminds me of the time I sped around 999 on PC. Simply because I knew everything, I just wanted to get the unlocks and stuff.
Yeah, you're like, I don't need to see these.
I know
the
everything
puzzles
about
in
it.
my sleep. I don't need your tutorial.
I needed like 2 hours to finish everything, I think. No, 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 no.
What?
He's sick.
He dead.
He got poisoned. And now he dead. What did you do? And now the devil children.
That lasted a fucking second. I will say with the highlighting of the character who's speaking, that makes it really funny to skip.
Yep. Wow, wish moving. Wow, it's really fast.
It is, right? Like there's only a few hesitations as it's loading stuff.
Yep.
And that's only sometimes.
That's
it's only
amazing. Like, holy hell. Like 2.5 hours and look at the... You're skipping like not even 3 minutes.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm doing it a little slowly now, because now we're getting kind of close.
Then just save. Now save.
Yeah, I'm saving. Oops.
The same screen. It's the same fucking...
I'm talking to my maid!
So basically 1 minute is 1 hour of freaking reading it. Jesus.
Okay, come on.
Amazing.
I clicked it as fast as I could. Of course I'll deny it. While I was floating in the darkness, I heard a voice. Regrettably, it took me far too long to realize. It was your voice crying for help, calling for me. You may have lost hold on your old self, but somewhere deep down you kept calling for me. Which is how I found my way here. I refuse to believe that this isn't real. I refuse to stomp on a love that survived for hundreds of years. By all means, hate me! If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. I don't care if you spit bile at me for the rest of eternity. I will not let go of this hand. Because you asked me not to. I could kill you, right now. If that's what you want, then go right ahead. But I'll fight you with all I've got. Giselle. I missed you too much to lose you again. I don't care if you make you despise me. I don't care if you think I'm being inconsiderate. I want to save you. But I'm not the Giselle you once knew. I am an abomination. My mind and body are twisted beyond recognition. I'm a disgusting monster.
What do you mean?
The woman you fell in love with does not exist anymore. So just forget about me. You're the one who should be saved, set free from me.
And you have obese rats too.
Yeah, you got obese rats and beautiful green eyes and the whole 9 yards. I'm just shh, don't look. Don't
Oh,
look.
that was sneaky, Mina. That was sneaky.
You look the same with me. Your manner of speaking, your temperament, your physical appearance may all have changed, but you're still the same Giselle I love.
You should never have done anything for a foolish girl like me. You gave your life to save mine, and I hated you for that. I never once considered how you felt with those knights pointing their blades at you, or what drove you to allow me to live. I should have, but I didn't. I was the one who trusted the witch, and yet I complained when you never showed up. I unfairly resented you for it. I'm a horribly self-centered person. You'd be so much better off with someone pure and unburdened with all this nasty suspicion and doubt and animosity. You'd be so much happier with someone like her.
Giselle.
You've been paying attention, haven't you? You were there for all the tales I told you. For everything that's happened up until this moment. So you should know just how loathsome a woman I am. Too weak to even keep herself together.
No, Giselle.
I'm nothing compared to her.
Giselle! See? You haven't changed one bit. You still get louder and louder the more you lose your temper. What do you feel the need to compare yourself to her?
Because she's a better match for you.
Giselle, I want you to listen very carefully to what I'm about to say. I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. And I want you to believe me when I say that I dearly missed you from the bottom of my heart. I wanted you back, and that has not changed. Believe me. I love you. Aww.
I missed you so much too.
She leaps into my arms, and she's just as cold as ever. Her warmth-deprived body feels like the embodiment of all my mistakes. I wrap my arms around her, and I'm immediately filled with unparalleled relief. Even as she sobs into my chest, her body cold as ice. You always be bae, I know. And then the darkness parts. We are once more at the top of the observation tower. It's still shrouded in a miasma of shadows, but we're back in the mansion now. We have emerged from the darkness in her heart.
Michelle.
Yes?
I'm sorry.
For what?
I never should have erased you from my memories. Yours are the memories I needed to hold on to tightest. I was so glad to hear you say you still loved me, even after learning the truth about me. Thank you so much.
I'm incredibly relieved. As I watched, it felt like you were slipping farther and farther away from me, Giselle. It terrified me. Maybe it makes me a coward or pitiful, but I was truly afraid of you coming to hate me.
I would never hate you, Michelle, ever.
Thank you. We must leave this place.
What?
It would not be wise for us to remain here long. The air is still thick with darkness.
But the front door won't open, and even if we could get out from somewhere, what would happen to us? We finally found each other again after so long. I want to share a quiet, modest life with you like before. What if that all disappears when we step outside? After all, we are...
She doesn't finish, but I feel like I know what she was going to say. We're different now. She's stepped far outside the bounds of mortality. And the same could be said of me. I am, the man known as Michelle is, long since dead. The mansion itself does not follow the rules of nature either. As beings no longer in possession of their proper forms, stepping outside these walls could very well mean the end of us. I can't say what might lay in store, but we must return.
Even though by staying here, we could be together for all time?
I don't imagine that would be a very happy life. There's no sun here, no chirping birds, no trees, or breeze to rustle the leaves. If we stay here, then nothing in us will eat away at us. We have finally reattained our old selves. We need to take action now while we can.
What if I say I want to stay here?
Then I'll drag you out.
It's almost like we switched places. Back then, it was you who wanted to stay. It's also kind of funny hearing you speak favorably of the outside, and especially the sun.
The words, "that's all thanks to you," are on my lips, but before I can say them, I find myself hypnotized by her smile. That smile has picked me up so many times. She claims it's her only redeeming feature, but if she didn't have it, my life would have gone in a very different direction. I'm grateful to have gotten that back, too.
Say, we're in the middle of a very, touching reunion, wouldn't you say?
I suppose so, yes.
And wouldn't you say there's a certain way these things usually go?
Huh? he's the same.
Objection!
He's the same as usual. He hasn't changed in 800 years.
You're really gonna make me say it? I was, hoping you might perhaps kiss me?
No.
Nani?
Nani?
Nani? Seriously, what? Where did all that boldness from a second ago go? What happened to all that momentum you were building? I really thought you might actually rail me, and here we are. God damn it.
Yeah, about that. I think that might be more appropriate later.
Later? How much later?
800?
After we find an exit. We're, in a hurry.
You're just making excuses because you don't want to.
I swear that's not it. Giselle, let's save that for when things aren't as crazy. I can't relax and enjoy it right now.
What are you, 12?
That's going in my roast. I love it. With the combination of the slightly pouty face too. Like, what are you, 12?
12.
Oh, hush.
All right, fine. But you better keep your word, got it?
Promise.
Let's go then. Let's find our way out of the mansion. There are frozen times should begin moving again. That's hopefully where our future waits.
It will be. No, we'll make it so.
Yes, we will.
If we leave the mansion, it should release our souls as well. And in doing so, it should finally provide her deliverance. So I mustn't hesitate. To end all of this for both of us, we must start again. This is where we...
What?
Yeah, I didn't think that Morgana was gonna let it happen so easily. Darkness. It's a blackness purer than anything I've experienced in this house. Not a trace of light anywhere to be found. Why did I ever think the house would let us go so easily? Why did I ever think our time in the darkness was over?
Michelle!
The darkness surges through the open door like a wave, flooding the observation tower. Like ivy growing widely to cover every last inch of every surface. Consuming, defiling, eroding. Our fingers slip apart. Oh no. And concentrated rancor rains down upon us. Oh no! What are we gonna do? Oh, how hideous a world this is.
No! Michelle! Please, please!
Oh.
Don't let go of my hand!
Giselle!
Michelle!
I said I would never let her go again. I said I would get her out of this place. I swore I would. But as hard as I try to stretch, I can't reach her hand.
Help, Michelle! I can't move. Can't move my body.
I went out of my way to give you a beautiful tragedy. So why must you so stubbornly insist on this ugliness? The more you struggle, my dears, the thicker and more palpable your filthiness becomes. Oh, it's sickening. Wouldn't you agree? She's always spat her bile with a song-like cadence, singing like a little girl, chirping like a morning bird. She celebrates misery, as she watches for the worst possible moment to let out a cackle. Morgana! Oh, there she is.
Dahlia!
Dahlia.
I swear you two are hopeless. I pity you. I give you my deepest condolences. Let go! Let me go! Don't take me away from him! Giselle! The darkness seeping into her grew thicker by the moment. If it's Morgan time! It's Morgan time! And its black tendrils weren't just wrapped around her, but me as well. Stop this, Morgana. Let her go. Wow, nothing more original. I need a devoted puppet to protect this mansion for me, so I can't give her up, not even at your request. Besides, why should I give back something you threw away? Something you abandoned again and again? What are you talking about? You still haven't figured it out, my dear. Or are you just feigning ignorance for your own convenience? You always did like to withhold anything that might prove disadvantageous. I can say that, but I can't say fucking anticipate. What the hell? Michelle! Giselle, give me your hand. Reach harder. Reach as hard as you can. Grab my hand. I can't do it. It's like I'm tied up. I can't move at all. She's right there. She waited so many hundreds of years for me, finally managing to reclaim herself. And she's right there. So why can't my hand go any farther? Why can't I reach her wrist, her hand, or even a strand of her flowing hair? Why can't I get her back again? Michelle! Her voice is growing fainter, more distant. The darkness shrouds her, taking her away from me. Her arms, her fingers, the hands she let me with. Her smiling face. Her once glowing grin, and her now more modest smile. The witch's darkness is stealing every last bit of her. Michelle. Help. No! Stop, please don't do this. Take me instead of her. Why? Why does it have to be her? Why her? Morgana! Nope. Sorry. Why? Because your work is done, my dear. By all accounts, as the one who resurrected me, you should have become my guide as well. But you let a silly woman emotionally manipulate you, and you gave up on cursing others. And then you threw away your life, deluded into thinking you were protecting her. Morgana! You already gave up the position once. I don't think you can just walk up and ask for it back. Set Giselle free. I'll do anything you ask. If you need a puppet, I'll be your puppet. If you want more from me, it's yours for the taking. But I can't leave her to remain in this cursed house any longer. Sadly, I've let your obsession for this girl take its toll on you. I much preferred the old, pessimistic, cynical Michelle. It wasn't until I met Giselle that I truly became human. She made me into what I'm supposed to be. I can't lose her again. Is that so? Well, you'll come to the harsh realization soon enough that everything you saw in her is just a facade. It was not! Alright then. If you want her back so badly, you can have her. But in exchange, I want you to entertain me. Will you endure maddening agony for me? Will you know pain enough to make you howl? Will you face despair again and again and again? If you need her that badly, you can bear anything, can't you? If that is what you want from me. If that will allow her to see the sun once more. Brilliant. Wait, Morgana. Morgana! As you wish, foolish boy. I was looking for a way to keep busy anyway, so I used you to kill some time. Find your way to me, my dear. Find your way to me without going mad or succumbing to despair. And do hurry, or she might lose her mind again. Right. I take that as save. Malevolence Supreme! That's a hilarious title. Ugh. Those memories she forced her to relive. Those hundreds of years she spent locked away in her shell. All that fear that ate away at her. It's a bit much to have to reflect on with a clear mind, wouldn't you say? That's why I need to be there for her. We have to get her out of here. It's my obligation to her. You're the one who let go of her hand, though. You can put a broken cup back together. But the slightest tap in the wrong place will shatter it again. Morgana! The witch's cackling fades into the distance. My outstretched hand is completely enveloped in the shadows. I can't even make out the faintest outline of it. And I can't tell if I'm sinking, floating, being pushed along some invisible stream, or falling with incredible speed. My eyes are open, but they can detect nothing. The complete lack of sound is almost painful. Nothing, anything, anywhere. Void. My consciousness begins to drift. Vague remnants of the feeling of her hand in mine are the only link to reality, my one and only landmark. Giselle. I must get her back. She waited enduring for hundreds, no, almost 1,000 years. And now it's my turn to act. I have to hold that resolve, hold it firm. So that I never forget her again. So that I never lose myself again. Even if I'm consumed by the darkness. You must never back down. You must never look away. You must never lose her. We will not lose her!
Yeah.
The story behind the story?
What? There's a story behind the story?
There's
What's the story behind the story behind the story?
Do you think this is a good place to wrap it?
Yeah, it's probably the best place you will
I'm
ever
like,
get.
we're almost at 5 hours, and I'm like, if we keep...
That's the best place you could stop it, because if you start, there will be no place to stop it for maybe
Yeah.
hours. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, and we have a stream tomorrow at 1 p.m.
What?
If we didn't have a stream tomorrow, we could push for like 5 hours, I guess. But like, this isn't good. Tomorrow. Yeah, we're playing Soul Hackers. Ooh.
Indeed!
What the hell? I love this game.
Yep.
This game is fucking amazing, bro. What the hell?
And it's not even if you finish this, it's not the end. There's still other stuff.
Yeah. Also, can you answer me? What the hell is the Dream of the Revenants edition? Is that like just a remaster, or is it an entirely new game?
Can you
answer?
See.
Okay, because I understand that there was like a Requiem or something. I can't remember what the other one was called. There was like 2 versions that I saw.
Oh, head pets.
Thank you for the head pets.
Thank you for the head pets. Oh well, don't really see anything rateable today. That's fine.
Nothing rateable.
Yeah, I was trying to find something that might like fit, but there isn't really anyone playing a game that would fit at all. You know, like I've been trying to do that to at least like find something vaguely related. I was thinking if someone was playing like a horror game, but there isn't really.
Let me just tell you that the Dreams of the Revenant edition, right?
Yeah.
Included additional story that's basically half of the length of this whole thing.
There's so much content. Maybe it's a good thing that Project M is so slow to come out. I'll have the time to play through this fucking game.
Yeah, I'm so glad I saw you today, B. It's always fun to have.
you.
It's always fun to have people hanging out in chat. Lurkers are also very welcome, and we love you. But you know, seeing people in chat is like, oh hello. I only realize now that the size of the game is wrong. Look at the top of my screen.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect.
That bothers me so much.
Why did you notice it?
Because I just looked now. I don't know why I didn't notice it before.
Well, it didn't bother you then.
Because I didn't notice! Yeah. Thank you guys for joining us for Jackass, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for he ho.
Wow.
And stuff.
You he in the wrong hoe.
You heat in the wrong ho. I'm never gonna lift that one down, am I?
So yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. We are gonna go snooze probably, and see you guys tomorrow for more hijinks. Love you guys. Goodbye. Oyashimina.